So first and foremost, dear respected brothers, sisters, elders, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. I have never had such a warm welcome ever, and wallahi, this city has a piece of my heart. So thank you guys for being exactly who you are and for making things easy for me with all the hospitality and everything. Naturally, I praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as our sustainer, creator, the source of peace, the source of thanks. It's always tough. I ask myself, how do you thank the one who created thanks? So, and obviously my love for Habib sallallahu alayhi wasallam has grown so much over these years. For today's talk, I had quite a bit of a challenge. The challenge was, what gift could I bring that shuyukhs and people of knowledge, because I'm not one, I'm not even worthy enough to tie the shoelaces of some of these people that I'm sharing the stage with. What gift could I bring to you guys to make it relevant to both past and present? And as I go through my talk today, it's going to be in the form of a narrative. And I have a very potent letter for you today to read, which will also help me in my talk because I'm not the best of public speakers. They'd say that in the times of a funeral, public speaking is the #1 fear in the world. So to put it in perspective, you'd rather be the guy in the casket than the guy giving a eulogy, right? And subhanAllah, the talk that I have for you today is a journey of genocide and guidance. A little bit of a heavy topic for breakfast, but inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will make it easy for us. So with that being said, that thing that I bring to you today is from a letter. So I'm going to be reading verbatim because I don't want to miss the details of this, as it is, inshallah. So it is something that I don't want to miss the details out. I'm going to be reading a little bit verbatim, and then I'm going to insert some of my reflections from the Quran and Sunnah, inshallah, as I read this to you. So the letter reads, "To my unknown family. The year is 1992, and this journey began in the land of Bosnia and Herzegovina, an area filled with luscious forests, magnificent hilltops, fresh springs, and a home to people known for their incredible sense of humor. In the background, a picturesque scene, yet in the foreground, a family is being held at gunpoint, being forced out of their home. War has broken out, and buses by the dozen are pulled up to pack families, mine included, like cans of sardines. Guns drawn by some of the military personnel geared and ready. I hear the soldiers yelling, 'Grab what you can and get out.' As families are being faced with two options, comply or face death. I feel my mother grab me by the arm and pull me towards the door. 'Where do you think they'll take us?' And quiet down and remain calm were the exchanges between my parents. What are my mother and father to do but seek asylum in neighboring lands? Clearly, the choice to stay was not a choice at all. The lands offering asylum were slim, including Denmark, Poland, and the United States. No matter which choice my parents made, the journey was filled with uncertainty. Who are its people? How are we to communicate without knowing the language? What is the safety of the neighborhoods? How are we to provide for our children? These are some of the questions being asked through the shouts of panic and hysteria. I can only imagine what other thoughts were going through the minds of families that were not being voiced. A new form of reality has manifested for every child and adult at that moment. As the buses were being filled shoulder to shoulder, a soldier is announcing names, both first and last, as if to confirm the acceptance for transportation. My family is standing by, listening for their names. I hear the first name of my father being called, and then the second, my mother, and then the third, my sister, and then silence. What about me? I did not hear my own name being called. And being young and innocent, I run up to the soldier, tugging at his pant leg, saying with a loud and somewhat challenging voice, "You didn't call my name." The soldier looked at me and then looked at my family, and I distinctly remember the sight of my mother's face, pale, stricken, and anxious, and my father's arms gripping and holding my mother and sister with absolute uncertainty and terror. The soldier, with a decision to make, reacted almost as if something compelled him to make the decision for him. Almost instinctively, he quickly kicked me towards my family, turned around, and continued shouting more names. I considered myself lucky at the time, but little did I know. My mother has a sense of relief, yet still she placed me behind her as if to hide my existence just in case there is a follow-up sweep by additional military personnel. We all begin feeling the bus moving. Upon arriving at the first checkpoint at the border of Croatia, documents needed to be presented to verify the ability to pass through for any asylum seekers. More checkpoints followed suit as we left our buses and boarded trains for Hungary and then Poland. As the nights and days passed, I grew incredibly annoyed of hearing the stuttering of train tracks for the weeks we were traveling. I never thought I would live life on a train for this long. Ironically, as I was reaching a boiling point, the next phase of travel began, only this time by sea. Chapter 84, verse 6 of the Quran says, "O humanity, indeed you are laboring restlessly towards your Lord, and we will eventually meet the consequences." As we step inside the ship, my family is greeted by an embrace of a cold, small room containing a single bed, barely enough for one person. The space was so narrow that the steel door, was prevented from fully opening by the bed frame. My father, witnessing the limited space, turned to my mother and said, "You and the children sleep here. I'll go outside and sleep in the hallway." As I walked the deck, I found many other fathers doing the exact same thing. The ship set sail and traveled through the night for Copenhagen, Denmark. When we arrived, I observed a strange, frozen and icy land, greeted by the sounds of foreign language and completely unrecognizable food, as Denmark was a fisherman's town, which explained their choice of cuisine. My family was instructed to go forward to the very first sorting center, which was retrofitted from a school gym and basketball courts. Fathers were instructed to separate from their families, women and children on one side, with dedicated tents for housing, and men on the other. The sorting center was overwhelmed with people, by the look of it. Our family was only allowed to interact with my father in dedicated areas and specified times, such as lunch and dinner. After nearly a week's time, the processing was nearing completion, and the order to return to the boat was issued. You would think there's a better solution, but no housing existed to deal with a crisis of this sort. We spent the next 2 months living on the very boat we came in on. Sick, tired, hungry from food shortages, and what little was available provided a strange cuisine which many children, including myself, refused to eat. Finally, a few days after the 2 months period of being on this boat, a glimmer of happiness came through as my mother made a petition to the Red Cross to allow us to temporarily house with a first cousin near the dock. The petition was accepted, and we said goodbye to our steel cage. I could see my father was happiest of all, since he would finally be able to have a place to sleep after 2 long months. Upon arrival at a fisherman's cabin, we were greeted by a family of 4. Hosting our family would mean 8 people in total would be in this small cabin, which didn't contain a bathroom. Rather, an outhouse a small distance away was used. We didn't care, as the joy of seeing family was more significant. Quran chapter 94, verse 5 says, "So verily, with every difficulty, there is relief." For the next 3 months, we lived together, enjoying each other's company and what little we had. Shortly thereafter, a Red Cross representative arrived at the cabin saying it was time to move to a more permanent location. We would finally be able to remove ourselves as a burden to our cousins and his family that hosted us graciously. Once again, buses were loaded with families, as if our journey was beginning anew. Each time, my sister and I would ask, "Are we going home now?" With the engines roaring and wheels turning, the passengers realized the place we were all being driven to by the Red Cross was a lie. Rather, all of us were being taken to an abandoned mental hospital, which was retrofitted to hold approximately 30 beds per room. The families would need to share a temporary space yet again. At this point, I noticed a stirred-up commotion, and people were beyond angry by this whole carrot and stick routine. Refugees banded together and refused to leave the bus. They formed a humanitarian strike with a protest in place. The Danish government and the Red Cross were taken by surprise. The Danish government and the Red Cross were taken by surprise since they never expected such coordinated commitment from a people in a desperate situation. Shortly thereafter, journalists covering the event of genocide began to put pressure on the Red Cross. After approximately 4 days of protest, the Red Cross submitted to the demands of humane treatment to the refugees privately. However, publicly, a different statement needed to be made by the refugees. The demand of the Red Cross was for the refugees to admit to the journalists that the protest was ineffective, and the Red Cross was successful in disbanding the protest. The statement was a condition in which the Red Cross placed on the refugees to take them to their permanent residences, which were originally the rights by asylum. Chapter 4 of the Quran, verse 135 says, "O you who believe, stand out firmly for justice as witnesses to Allah, even as against yourselves or your parents or your kin, and whether it be against rich or poor. For Allah can best protect both. Follow not the lusts of your hearts, lest you swerve, and if you distort justice or decline to do justice, verily, Allah is well acquainted with all that you do." With this small victory, the buses were redirected to travel some hours to the city of Vordingborg. 25 families arrived at a single building containing college-style dorm rooms with one bunk bed and a small locker for clothes. Curiosity struck, so my mother and I walked through the building and we counted 2 bathrooms, 2 shower stalls, 1 kitchen with 4 stoves, and 25 mini refrigerators to serve the 25 families. Yes, you read that correctly. 2 bathrooms to serve 25 families, many of which had multiple children of various ages. New challenges appeared almost immediately, beginning with the need for childhood education. A petition was formed and submitted to the Red Cross office, which was located at the building. For what I can remember my parents saying, the plan was to collaborate with a local school for children to gain access to books to learn the language, better understand cultural norms, and of course, make friends. Everyone's excitement quickly faded when a denial was issued due to the government's stance on integration of non-Danish natives to a native school system. My parents didn't give up, and neither did the parents of other family members. They went back to the drawing board and formed a new petition asking for a dedicated space within schools to enable our adults to educate our own children. This time around, the government agreed. Chapter 96, verse 1 of the Quran says, "Read, O Prophet, in the name of your Lord who created." 2 months into our stay in this building, a local Danish woman came to the property grounds, asking a rather strange question. Who would allow their children to play with mine outside of this place? She asked. Everyone was still hesitant and protective of their kids. She did not get the response that she was looking for. I saw my mother's head pop up from the cautious crowd, and she turned to the visitor and said, "Where are your children?" The visitor gave a warm smile and said, "They are waiting for us at home. Would you please accompany me to my car with your family so we can host you at our home?" Although a great degree of uncertainty was seen in my mother's eyes, the smiles my sister and I gave her administered the necessary courage for her to accept the invitation. After a short travel via car, we came up to a private piece of land that housed a massive residence, which had a couple of streams running through it. As the lady opened the door to her home, we were greeted with smiles by her family, consisting of 2 sons, a daughter, and a husband. Once the greeting concluded, we entered a dining area where a lovely dinner was served. This was the first time in nearly a year I had felt that I had eaten real food. Talks about ethnic cleansing, culture, news, politics busied my parents, and I was busy having fun with my sister and hearing her laugh uncontrollably, something which I have not heard in a very long time. Our family soon became heavily intertwined. My father would work odd jobs for our hosts as a form of unemployment, which ran a massive risk if the government ever found out. A year's time passed, and my sister and I were finding some comfort in this new life, and I overheard a shocking message from our Danish friends to my father. "This place will never accept you. Our system is structured with intent not to naturalize strangers. I fear you will always be treated as second-class individuals, and your children will not have a future like you envisioned. You should continue your journey west to the United States." It had been nearly 2 years since our arrival to Denmark, and we were being told to leave. My parents started the application process, which took about 1 month to be accepted. I noticed the Red Cross representative showing up a lot quicker this time. It turns out the Danish government wanted to rid themselves of refugees. As a matter of fact, the Danish crown had incentivized for refugees to leave by offering to pay their way to any country offering asylum. Quran chapter 2 verse 155 says, "And we will surely test you with something of fear and hunger, and loss of wealth, and lives, and fruits, but give good tidings to the patient." Traveling by airplane for the first time was both nerve-wracking and exciting. I've experienced plenty of turbulence in my life, but never nearly at 40,000 feet in the air. Landing in California, we were greeted by yet another systemic sorting process, along with something that resembled being treated like a medical experiment to administer vaccines. The indent mark left by the vaccine gun they used is distinctly visible in my left arm. We were assigned an apartment in West Los Angeles in an unsafe neighborhood as my parents opened the door to our single-bedroom apartment, which included nothing but an empty refrigerator, musty carpets, and a visible cockroach infestation. Oddly enough, I could see a sense of relief, a small one, on my parents' face before the mental struggles brought on by many sleepless nights began. Who could blame them, after all? Imagine being in a completely foreign land on the opposite side of the globe and needing to feed 2 children who thought they were on a massive journey back home. My parents immediately began searching for jobs, with the biggest challenge being their education not recognized, as the systems for accredited education are entirely different between Europe and USA. My father picked up any possible handyman job that he could: painting, driving, maintenance, you name it. My mother ended up babysitting other children, and due to them working 2 to 3 jobs at all hours, the real damage to a first-generation refugee finally started to impact me. You see, when your parents are gone and you're left alone, it's only a matter of time before you get influenced by lack of structure and guidance. The longer you are without these two elements, the more costly and damaging it becomes. You will often not know the results of the decisions that you make until many, many years later. Nevertheless, I had nothing but time and freedom to meet the people within my new neighborhood. Little did I know that this freedom would come at a price. Just like everything else in life, there's always a price. I started welcoming negative social influences as my guide in decision-making, and I noticed making mischief was a fast track to get approval by the so-called friends. Coming from someone that was socially deprived of acknowledgement, I found it incredibly addicting to be accepted by fitting in. I was done sticking out as an outsider, and more than anything, I felt a strong need to belong. The secular West school system was a massive source of misguidance, disguised otherwise. My parents felt comfortable leaving me to my teachers and administrators because they were under the false impression the school system would take care of my growth and development. They had no clue the system was designed to indoctrinate and not to educate. And quite frankly, neither did I. As I progressed my way through junior high, I started learning about sciences, cosmology, mathematics. But where was religion in all of this? Nowhere. By the time high school came around, I was fully convinced that religion in any form was a control mechanism meant to enslave the mind, weaponize the weak, and place boundaries on creativity. Frequent questions of moral dilemma would whirl around my mind. What kind of God would allow war? And if God did exist, why did he not help me and my family throughout my journey? Quran chapter 76 verse 3 and 76 verse 4 says, "Indeed we created man from a sperm drop mixture, and that we may try him, and we made him hearing and seeing. Indeed, we guide him to the way, be he grateful or be he ungrateful." I chose atheism as my way. Anyone who disagreed with me, I quickly wrote off as a fool that was being manipulated by their social upbringing, having a mind dulled to obey without question. Entering college enabled me to pursue higher education to establish myself worthy to contribute to society. You see, I was studying psychology with a particular interest in cognitive psychology. I found the mind to be a fascinating thing, resilient, adaptive, creative, full of unique potential. The more I studied psychology, I thought to myself, I'm so free, and it's up to me to have full control of my own existence. One day during my lectures, we started to study the black box problem. You see, if you're not familiar with it, it's simply put knowing the inputs and outputs of the mind. However, we do not understand or know the inner workings of the mind. A provoking question came front and center, almost as if injected. Where did the mind come from? I tried to dismiss it as a stupid question, but it kept scratching at me. Yes, I have a brain, I can clearly see that, but all these great psychologists and scientists in the world, and we still have not a single conclusion in regards to the mind? Yeah, sure, there are theories, but I want to know the conclusion without endless speculation. This should be simple, right? Everything has an explanation, I thought to myself, so surely this should be somewhere in these books from these experts in the field. As I was driving home, the thought refused to leave my presence. Arriving home at the usual time, I greeted my sister and grandmother. It's been many years since my family's arrival to the United States, and both my uncle and grandmother have joined us from overseas. As I was talking with my grandmother and sister, carelessly waving my hands around to this problem that was vexing me, a loud, shattering sound overcame the room, and a massive glass vase which decorated our kitchen area was now in hundreds of pieces. My grandmother looked at me and shrieked, "Harris, get downstairs right now." Up went my sister to bang on the shower door to get my uncle out of the shower. For reasons unknown, my uncle decided to come over to my family's home and take a shower that random day. You see, he was a painter, and whatever he was working on that day made it so that it couldn't wait for him to drive that extra distance to his house for a simple shower. "Harris, now!" she screamed at the top of her lung again. I looked down and realized that a major artery in my right hand on my wrist had been severed. The sensation felt like something was leaving my body, something more than the obvious blood gushing out, the speed at which looked like water running from a faucet. The flavor of nickel or a piece of metal on my tongue took my taste buds over. My uncle came rushing down the stairs. "Call the ambulance," said my grandmother. My sister dialed the phone, and even after 2 more attempts, still nothing but a dead line. My grandmother quickly grabbed a tourniquet and wrapped it around my arm, tying it tight. I unbuckled my belt at the same time and wrapped it around my arm as tight as possible to slow the blood flow. At this moment, a thought went through my head, and I uttered the words, "Please, God, don't take me." In that moment of chaos, as my uncle and sister were jumping into his car to rush me to the hospital, I thought to myself, what did I just say? I'm an atheist. God shouldn't exist. Yet here I am dying by the second as blood continues to be absorbed by my clothing, saying out loud, "Please, God, do not take me." Suddenly and inexplicably, a sense of calm came over me. Is this my adrenaline working? No, it's something else. I have never felt this type of calming sensation before, as my uncle was weaving in and out of traffic, hoping to get pulled over, running red lights and blaring his horn. I turned over to my sister, who was crying hysterically next to me in the car, and with full confidence said to her, "Do not worry, God will take care of me." She was consumed with panic and couldn't quite internalize what was being said. Chapter 40, verse 60 of the Quran says, "And your Lord says, 'Call upon me, I will respond to you. Indeed, those who disdain my worship will enter hellfire, rendered contemptible.'" Arriving at the trauma room, my hand was kept under pressure for 5 hours. Looking at my arm, it was black as coal from the lack of blood flow. You see, the trauma surgeon that was supposed to inspect me had left the hospital due to the previous patient dying. The staff assured me that I would be taken care of. Yet all I could say to myself was, "Please, God, help me." I did not care about a single word they said. Rather, I turned my attention to God. My mother arrived at the hospital with her employer, who was a master surgeon, and I heard him asking the staff, "Why is his artery not clamped? You're running the risk of amputation." As the trauma surgeon appeared and examined my wrist to check for any additional shards of glass, he looked at me and said, "Boy, you're lucky to be alive." I replied with great certainty, "Luck had nothing to do with it." He told me he'll be releasing the tension of pressure to my arm with a stern warning, saying, "This is going to be very painful." Even with Dilaudid, which is a medicine stronger than morphine, I felt everything. It felt like my arm was thrown over searing hot coals, and it refused to let up as the warm blood entered my arm, giving it the rightful color. As I woke up the next day, still at the hospital, I reflected on what happened, my focus being on what prompted me to make this cry for help. Why did I think to ask God rather than to ask for help from science or something else? My quest for the affirmation of God's existence began, and I wouldn't stop until I knew the truth. Chapter 12, verse 87 of the Quran says, and never give up hope of Allah's mercy. Certainly, no one's despair of Allah's mercy except the people who disbelieve. Now that I have abandoned atheism, I was faced with a grand challenge. What is the true path to God? To answer this question, I established some simple principles. I can't make my own decision on subjectivity alone. The scriptures must withstand the test of time, both in preservation and prophecy. The message must come from a valid messenger. If one religion was true, then all other religions are false. I'll be sincere if I find the truth, and I must submit. After speaking to friends of different faiths, it was not long before I picked up the Quran. My mother, well in her journey of reading her own copy, would slowly talk to me of her thoughts and findings. I started watching debates, listening to lectures on the biography of the Prophet and his miracles and the preservation of the Quran. While I was still exploring Islam, my habits of ignorance still plagued me. Yet the closer that I got to Islam, I started feeling more guided to the truth. Fast forward a bit with my journey at this point, I still have not accepted Islam, but I did manage to memorize a short revelation of the Quran, Surah Zilzal. I was sitting on a couch in the garage of an old friend watching the rain fall, and just as we were about to get high, the surah was replaying in my mind, a beautiful and powerful recitation. I turned to my friend and asked, "Hey, are we on an earthquake fault line?" To which he replied, "We're on the San Andreas fault line. It's one of the most famous ones in the United States." I immediately stood up and told him I must go home. Upon my arrival, I went to my mother and declared myself a Muslim by saying the testimony of faith. It was nearly 2 years into my journey with religion that I finally submit myself. The only religion that hit all the criteria I laid out for myself was Islam. Objectively, it can be proven multiple ways, and the teachings make logical sense and are pragmatic. It continues to withstand the test of time. The messenger is validated by multiple sciences and sources, history included. And since it is indeed true, then all other religions are false by default. Islam gave me the answer to my original problem of the black box, purpose, life, and structure by addressing 3 key questions. Where did I come from? Which was my black box problem. What am I doing here? Which was my purpose and structure. And where am I going? Which is the afterlife. Allah, the only deity worthy of worship, by his perfect preserved message through his beloved messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, provided a way that agreed with both mind and heart with absolute harmony, an answer to these 3 questions. Upon realizing this truth, one thing was clear to me. It would be absolutely criminal for me not to share this truth, and my passion for da'wah was born. In conclusion, I want to tell you guys that concludes the letter. Each of our lives contain unique experiences, which you'll find the gift of Allah's mercy and guidance. And hopefully with this letter, I've shown you how Allah can take a life from the depths of despair and empower it to be passionate about Islam and the spread of truth. Now, why do I say this? Imagine the millions of our brothers and sisters across the world that are going through the most challenging of hardships, being spread across the earth like seeds. And I leave you with this thought. Even the smallest acorn can grow into the largest oak tree. Will you not choose to water that with Islam? For you see, the things that have been happening in the past to me, and the things that are currently happening to our brothers and sisters, we have a choice. We have a choice to be that heroic uncle. We have a choice to be that caring cousin, be it short or distant. We have a choice to make when we're faced with the truth and what our commitment is to this truth. And it's incumbent on us to make the correct choice. So as these tragedies are happening, we hear a lot about the martyrdom of our brothers and sisters. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant them the highest level of paradise. But often what we do not hear about is the stories of the survivors. And we do not see the majesty, the wisdom, and the beauty of how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spreads us out like these seeds, and we choose, or we have a choice to water ourselves with truth, knowledge, structure, the deen, or we can choose to water ourselves with ignorance, hate, distrust, and joining these social norms that are just outright degrading to the ennoblement that is a human being. So I encourage you guys, as we go forward and as you go throughout your day, to please consider the people that are surviving and that need help, because your help matters, no matter how big or small. This does conclude my talk for today. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina wa Habibina Muhammad wa ala ali wa ashabina Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali wa ashab Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. And assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. It's been a pleasure being here, and I'm happy to field any questions that you may have, inshallah. Yes, brother. The book. MashaAllah, bro. You give me way too much credit. No, this is just a letter. Yeah. But thank you so much for that question. It was a lovely question. That means I must have done some type of a decent job. Naam. This is my story. The country is Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yes. So I tried to draw a parallel. And you know, as my challenge of being here today with, mashallah, all these shuyukh and people of knowledge, when they're instilling this type of knowledge, and I see that you guys are here in attendance, dedicating your time, just know that it's not to waste, because the people that I have interacted with through my life have all given me small golden nuggets of Islam. And since they gave me those golden nuggets, I was able to collect enough in order to recognize the truth by the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yeah. Yes?
I guess this will be more specific. I know you have different backgrounds from Islam. One of the main people that I deal with are Sunni Orthodox. And I know that they have an instilled hatred towards Islam. Not necessarily from the Muslims, but just how they make Christians are brought up. So I know an individual that, let's say, has accepted Islam in turn, not so much how to do their family reasons, that kind of shift with the so what kind of advice you're from that background?
Sure. Yeah. So the brother asked, he said that he's dealing with a lot of Orthodox Serbs, and what kind of advice would I have for the gentleman who has accepted Islam internally but is not able to publicize it because externally he's in a state of danger? Alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the connection that we have between us and Allah is a direct one. And the most important entity to please is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah knows this gentleman's condition, and He knows truly if he did accept Islam, and inshallah he did. Now in regards to the hatred, because I kind of want to chop this up a little bit. An example of what happened not but 2 days ago, you had the United Nations accept a resolution in regards to the genocide of Srebrenica. Now, why is this important? It's important because the precedent set in the history books is now going to reflect what the truth is. Meaning, you can no longer conceal it. If you do conceal it, it'll be localized. But many of these people, they work in the neighboring lands. So they'll travel to like Germany or somewhere neighboring there, Italy. And when they're interacting with those locals, they will get a different type of interaction. Maybe they might say something like, oh, I'm from Serbia. And now, whereas in the past, that would just be like, oh, I know where that is. Now it's like, hey, what about that UN resolution? Or now that this has happened, how do you feel, right? Point being is, things do take time. Just like when you sit there and talk to this individual in regards to his journey with Islam and his acceptance, to shift the entire mental conditioning of a people, it's extremely difficult. But we shouldn't give up hope
So this gentleman can obviously practice Islam to whatever his capacity is, right? He can head over to the masajids. He can conduct the actions in a safe environment, because in Islam, the one thing that I've learned is there's a high value on the preservation of life. Why would Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tell us to go put ourselves in danger in any way, shape, or form, right?
Follow up on that. So let's say, for example, as you mentioned this, say during Ramadan, because he lives with his parents, if they were to question why are you not eating all day and it's continuously over and over, they would get suspicious. So for example, if he's maybe able to conceal his prayers, for example, they would celebrate Christmas and you'd have to be there with him. So he has these kind of worries of what am I unable to do, and certain things that I should do that I would have to do. So he's concerned about how to go about these sort of things.
Yeah, you know what, bro? For stuff like this, it's best to talk to a local imam. And here's the reason why I say it. Not to try to deflect. I can give you small things that you can put into practice. Like, for example, fasting is between you and Allah. No one is really going to know whether or not you ate or not. Now, I'm not suggesting that you should go and lie to your parents. Like, say, like, oh, I already ate. No, but simply saying, you know what, thanks, I'm not really hungry. Step out for 10 minutes, because over there, everything is within a walking distance, and come back. They're not going to know if you ate a piece of bread or didn't, right? Only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will know. Right? So that's in regards to that. Now, in regards to events like Christmas and so on, remember that we're judged based off of our intentions and the actions that follow suit. So if his intention is to worship and his intention is to celebrate that event for the purposes of worship, then he's in trouble. So he can just stand there. He doesn't have to participate in the festivities knowing that, yeah, I'm completely disconnected to these people. And the reason why I say that he should visit a local imam is because they'll have a sound cultural understanding, and they'll also have a temperature gauge of what's currently happening. So when he talks to them locally, they'll be able to give him more localized advice. You know, like the things that are happening here. I was about to say California, but then I remembered I'm in New Jersey, which is, alhamdulillah, an amazing place. So things that are happening here are completely different than things that are happening over there. So, you know, it would be an error for me to say, hey, you should tell him this or something like that. Like I wouldn't feel comfortable to say that, because I don't want to put him in a position of struggle, right? So inshallah, bro, sorry, I wish I could expunge upon that a little bit more, but alhamdulillah, I'm glad that he's there. I'm glad that he's there. Yes, bro.
So did the glass vase fall and
Shattered.
shattered?
Yeah.
Is that how you got it?
Yeah. And there was a shard that literally sliced all right here. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how did it fall?
Me. Just clumsy. I was waving my hands around, talking. It was clumsy. It was sitting on a bar. It was a big, like, it's not like this,
Yeah.
you know, it's big with like really thick, like, so it must have been like the tip or something like that just, you know, I don't know. It happened, when I tell you that it happened in a split second, I'm telling you, it was in the blink of an eye. I didn't even realize it. Because when you sever an artery and the nerves that are here, you don't feel it. You know, like how we have halal ways of slaughtering animals? This is a really weird comparison, man, but like when this happened, it was like I would just pinch you. So it was nothing, and then it just, yeah.
So what was your uncle's relation to? I thought like he was showering and then
He was. So for some random day, I can't quite explain it, he had every choice to go to his house, but for some reason, which again, I still don't know what it is internally. I know what he told me. He's like, I'm filthy, I'm gonna go run up, you know, and kind of take a shower kind of thing, you know? So he's just clamoring, going about his business, you know? The guy came like soaking wet, just put on pants, he was dripping wet, man, because he was just pounding on the door, screaming to get him. Yeah, he just came screaming down. Yeah, let me get this brother back here, yes? Alaikum salam, bro.
Wondering, based on your personal experience, what did you think was the best way to break the ice on the tower? According to your personal experience?
To break the ice? Hey, what's up, man? I'm Morris. That's it. Are you talking about to get into dawah?
Yeah, let's just talk about Islam. Like,
To talk about Islam.
your experience, what was the most effective way to
Yeah, wallahi, man, it just, when you just stand there and you gauge the person, You can see, like for example, when alhamdulillah, we were out yesterday, and people are just walking by, and if you just offer them a flyer, some of them they just walk by you like you're not even a human being. But I think to myself always that if we were ever in like a coffee shop or something, they would treat me normal. So I let them go about their day because I remember that it's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that creates the opportunity for the pattern, and it's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that makes that connection happen. So you can say exactly what you need to say or be the friendliest person, but don't let that distract you from the next person. This guy might be having a bad day. Who knows what kind of struggles this person's having. Maybe this guy's family member may have passed away. They just lost their job. They're just out on a jog or whatever. But honestly, man, you just say hello. The thing that I've learned the most about dawah, you know what's the most impactful thing? Is you just being there. If your presence is there, it's enough. Wallahi, it's enough, because they see that this isn't happening anywhere else. So just say hi to people. You've got nothing to lose, bro. You've got absolutely nothing to lose. Turn your body toward them. Salaam alaikum. I usually have a pamphlet that has something in regards to Islam that's very simple. And I say, can I just share this knowledge with you? It's some free literature. Take this. And if there's a person that takes it and approaches you, or I don't say things like, do you have any questions? I use presumptive language. So I say, what questions do you have? And then they go, what questions do I have? About what? About like food? What? And then the conversation starts from there. And just let it flow, man. Be yourself. Be genuinely interested in the person. Because look, this whole journey with me, you had massive amounts of ignorance and being brought back to guidance. And when I say that every single person has had this unique experience, not this one, but something unique to them, nobody can tell me with a straight face that they have not been guided by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Nobody could tell me that internally, instinctively, and psychologically, they've never been checked. Hey, you shouldn't do this. This doesn't feel good. Nobody. Because wallahi, in the Quran it tells us whether I guide them whether they're grateful or ungrateful. But it's recognizing it is the key. And now you're just trying to share that recognition. I think there was another, inshallah, hopefully that helps. Let me get over here and then I'll come over here. MashaAllah. MashaAllah. So, hey, what's funny, Akhi, this is a beautiful question. He's asking, how often should we follow up with the people that we talk to in regards to Islam? I don't see it as a business transaction. And I would say that depending on where you guys left off and how often do you regularly see each other. Let's say if it's someone that you see once a year, you know what I mean? Or maybe they're a distance away from you. But compared to someone that you see once every 3 days, like let's say it's a school colleague or something like that, right? There's two types of follow-ups. There's direct and then there's indirect. Indirect is you guys are hanging out. Brother, I just got to pray real quick. Just give me a minute. I'm going to go make wudu. Do you mind if I get a cool corner in your house over here or something like that? This is follow-up. And the second one is direct. Hey bro, I was curious, like, what did you think about that piece of literature that I gave you? Or what did you think about this? And then, there's kind of like something in between where it's not prompted, but something comes up in your mind like, oh, I remember this one story about the Prophet, ﷺ, or I remember this one story about this in the Quran or something like that. And something happened to me and I just had to share this with you and I related it to this. Crazy, right? So there's no like systematic way. And subhanAllah, I've had people that I've talked to a year ago, 2 years ago, that they came across something in their life and then they reach out to me and they go, hey man, that one thing that you mentioned, crazy story, and then they the conversation sparks up. Don't be overbearing. Don't be like, you don't want to become that guy where you get ostracized because that's all you talk about. Because we're supposed to be living the Quran. We're supposed to be living Islam. We're supposed to be, so people will see it. Like, the best form of da'wah really is just to stay true to what it teaches, and people will see it naturally through your character. Some people, actually most people, are emotionally driven. They're not factually and informationally driven. You can hit them with all the facts in the world, but if they don't like you, meaning your words are bitter, like your actions are bitter, what do they care? What do they care, man? Yeah, bismillah, yeah. I'm saying, bro.
Knowing that gaining knowledge is the most important factor in dawah, the delivery and the communication is very important as well, so you're able to give that knowledge.
Yes.
And watching a lot of your content, once you speak in person, mashallah, I admire the sincerity and the way you deliver. When you're speaking about, I was wondering, you've always been naturally a good speaker, or is that something that you developed over the years? Or do you have any advice on how to hone our communication and like eloquence of the way we speak?
That's a great question. No, I was not naturally like this. I actually, when I was younger, right, in my days, my Jahiliyyah days, people would consider me as extremely arrogant. I had to be right, no matter what. Like I was a jerk, to put it lightly. Like I was not someone that people would necessarily want to hang out with, and I would try to fact check people, and alhamdulillah, like actually Islam and seeing the way that the Prophets alayhim salam delivered the message, how they dealt with, like, let's say Fir'aun, right? And what was the instruction? You have to be cordial. You have to be nice. Speak gently to him. It takes time and it takes a lot of practice. And I'm gonna share something with you guys that my mother has taught me too. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless her. And all of our mothers. I mean, she said, son, the strongest people alive are ones that can control their emotions. And it's true. Next time when somebody ticks you off, try biting your tongue. It's hard, man. It really is hard. Next time when you know what the correct answer is, but the person is like vibrantly enjoying themselves, there's a way to talk to them so that you bring them down gently. You don't just smash them. Because here's the deal, and this is another thing in regards to giving approachability of people, right? When you're talking to them about Islam, here's what you're saying. Passively, here's what you're saying. Hey, brother, everything you've ever been taught in your life is a lie. That's literally what you're saying. Everything that you know in regards to religion is just the biggest load of malarkey. And me, I'm here to tell you what's what. And how do you convince the other person that you're actually here to tell them what the truth is? And then the toughest form is this gentleman, right, your friend that had accepted Islam. Imagine doing that to your parents. And they look at you and they go, I used to change your diaper. What are you going to teach me? Shut up, sit down. This is how. And it runs the gamut. The way that you talk to your mom, the way that you talk to your dad, depending on the relationship that you have, is going to be different than the way that you talk to me. And you have to have thick skin, and wallahi, you need a lot of sabr, and I get corrected all the time. As a matter of fact, even yesterday when I was giving da'wah, there was an atheist gentleman that was speaking with Brother Muhammad Ali, and I noticed that, obviously, I'm not going to interrupt their conversation. The guy's clearly, he can handle it, right? When they finished their conversation, I waited. When they finished their conversation, the guy's coming out, and I said, hey, excuse me, before you leave really quickly, I was like, how did your conversation go? Just wanted to kind of touch base with him and say, like, did you gain anything, kind of? Well, you know, I still don't really believe, because, like, why would there be, same moral problem, typical as always. And then I told him straight up, I said, look, I used to be like you. Relatability, right? Hey, you're fleshy, I'm fleshy, you're an atheist, I was a former atheist. You know, just talk to me, bro, level with me. And then I hit him with the reality. And I told him, bro, you're more of a believer in something that you have no evidence for. Because I told him, I said, I probed the depth of your knowledge. I literally said, give me the evidences for no existence of God. Now the whole shebang, right? And then I said, why do you do that? Why do you do that, dude? Why do you accept it? Why are you acting that way? And I asked him, what do you do for a living? He's like, oh, I do chemical engineering. I said, okay, cool. So if you were building up a chemical and you made a mistake because you thought it was the right thing to do, but you had no evidences for it, and it like disintegrated a building or whatever, what would happen to you? Oh, I'd lose my job and all this other stuff. Okay, cool. So why are you doing that with your life? Why are you doing that with your afterlife? How are you so certain on everything, yet you have no evidences for it? Well, you know, okay. And then you know what he says to me? This is the point. Sorry, I can bird walk a lot. Thank you for your patience. He turns to me and he goes, you know, I spoke to that other guy, right? And I said, yeah. He goes, he's a lot nicer than you. And I said, really? He goes, yeah. And well, yeah, he's very nice. Mashallah, alhamdulillah, bro. The thing is, I wasn't mean to the guy. I was just real with him. And Muhammad Ali, I walked up to him and I told him, he's like, hey, what happened with the brother when you talked to him? I said, yeah, you know, I had this exchange. And then he goes, he liked talking to you because you're a lot nicer. And he goes, what'd you tell him? And I said, nothing. I gave him the reality check. You know, I said, like, look, man, we're all here trying to get upon truth. Why? Why are you doing this stuff? And then he goes, yeah, wallahi, bro, with these people, you have to be so patient. And now what's the takeaway with me? That even though that I exerted that much patience, I have to do more. Because they're not gonna remember what you told them, but they will remember how you treated them. They will remember it. They may not remember exactly what you look like, but they're gonna remember an inkling on the sound of your voice and what impact it had. So, how to conduct the dawah? Leave the person in a better place than you found them. It doesn't mean you have to do it with knowledge. They can just say, you know what, I had a wonderful interaction with a Muslim. And man, till this day, I can't remember what he said, but he was a okay guy, you know? And then drip, 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 drip. And inshallah, you know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide him. Any other questions? I think there was a couple. Assalamu alaikum, bro.
What's the current situation in Islam?
That's a tough question, man. Islamically, there are, just like anywhere else, there's people that are on their deen and there's people that are not on their deen. You know, subhanAllah, I was just there visiting family. Wallahi, man, I've never seen people that had such a vibrant sense of humor despite the circumstances. They are very, very good people, very pleasant to be around. Now, in regards to Islam, I view it that obviously Islam has no borders, and the most important thing is how are you conducting yourself in your own household, beginning with yourself. The reason why I say that is because from the outside, I see the masajids full. I see people, you know, hijabbed and dressing modestly and so on. But there's also the other side, which is you have restaurants that have alcohol in them. You have smoking that's run rampant. You have cultural influences that are encroaching and albeit even stepping foot on the principalities of Islam. If I were to sum it up, I would sum it up in a manner that's befitting everywhere. And And I would sum it up like this. We need to do better. That's it. Just push for better, and try to be more resilient and stuff. But highly encourage that you visit, because you'll have a wonderful time. The people are very wonderful people, mashallah. So, and I obviously, like, I'm a little biased, okay? Like, yeah, sure.
Jazakallah khair. If we, well, inshallah, we'll have a Q&A session. If we can...
الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه وأزواجه أمهات المؤمنين وعلى من اتبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. My dear respected brothers and sisters in Islam, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Again, my presentations in the conference are centered around the book, Alhamdulillah, which Allah has guided and brought that book into existence by the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We ask Allah to benefit the ummah from it, which is Jerusalem, the arena of truth and falsehood. And initially, by the way, the title was The Eternal Arena. And actually that is the title in the first edition, if you see it outside, The Eternal Arena. And that's really the benefit of having a well-versed editor. Brother Jimmy Abdullah, he objected that. He said, because the only one who is eternal is who? So we shouldn't call anything else eternal. So right away, when the haqq comes to you, although this is the title I chose, when the haqq comes to you, right away you must back off. I said, I'm for it. Let's just remove the word eternal. But can we have a different word? And we kept looking and looking and looking, but we ended up with leaving it the way it is. So far, we narrated the history of Jerusalem and the communities that was or that were associated with Jerusalem, we mentioned initially the builder of this town or the indigenous population were the Canaaniyin, which is a Semitic race, which really the Arabs, Canaaniyin al-Arab, that's the initial indigenous population of the Levant of Isham. Then we mentioned that the da'wah of Ibrahim alayhi salam did not, by the will of Allah, receive the acceptance, so he decided to relocate from Iraq, and he moved, or Hiran, that's actually the actual area where Ibrahim alayhi salam lived, and he decided to move to Palestine or the Levant or Sham, and he was very well received by the people there, although they were not Muslims. And at this stage, Ibrahim alayhi salam started his da'wah there, but for financial or reasons, he had to go to Egypt. He ended up with Hajar. This is how Allah works, ya ikhwa, through this. And Sarah tells him, marry Hajar. She conceives. Then Allah commands him to take Ismail and the mother to Mecca. And he kept shuttling in between, by the way. And this is so amazing. And I mentioned this in the book, that when you read the narrative in the book of Genesis, it actually stops at the stage that when he dropped Hajar and Ismail in somewhere in the desert. They don't even say where. And the story dies there. There is no further mention of Ismail and Hajar at all. The story completely disappears. You can tell that there is an intended distortion here. Because just look at it, think about it. A father who takes his children to somewhere and we don't know what happened to them. It just doesn't make any sense. But subhanAllah, that's where the Quran and Sunnah comes in handy to rectify, to bring out what they used to conceal. Actually, we know that Ibrahim alayhi salam did almost 5 trips, if I'm not mistaken. The first one when he dropped them. The second one when he was tested with the slaughtering of Ismail. And again, I know that in the books of Genesis and all their Christian or biblical literature, they say it was Ishaq. But you see, when you say, and Ibrahim was commanded, that's still there, to take his only son to sacrifice. That description, only son, can only apply to who? Ismail, to the first one. Because Ishaq is the second son. So in no way that he was the only son. The only description, the only application of this description can only apply to Ismail alayhi salam. The second trip, when he arrived, the third trip, when he arrived and he asked Ismail's wife about their livelihood, and she mentioned awful. This hadith, by the way, in the book of prophets, Sahih al-Bukhari, Kitab al-Anbiya. And when Ibrahim asked Ismail's father, Ismail was not at home, he was out hunting. How is your life? How is things going? She started complaining. She said awful. So Ibrahim alayhi salam left a message to Ismail that divorce this one. This is not a good wife for you. Then he came back and he revisited. That's the fourth trip. And again he found his new wife after he divorced the first. And he questioned her again. He tested her again whether she is grateful or not. And when she displayed gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, she said, Alhamdulillah, everything is good. So he advised his son to keep this one. Then the 5th trip, that's all we know. There could be other trips, but that's what we have reference. Credible, this is Sahih al-Bukhari. Sahih al-Bukhari, these trips were mentioned. Hadith Abdullah ibn Abbas, when he was commanded to raise the foundation of the Kaaba. So that's total right here. That's nothing mentioned in the biblical, the Old Testament, whatever they call it, which is funny, very funny. الشاهد or the important thing is Ibrahim alayhi salam ended up with Ishaq, and from Ishaq came Yaqub, and with Yaqub the 12 asbat, the 12 disciples, if you want to call them that, and one of them was Yusuf alayhi salam, whose brothers became jealous because of his status and his closeness to their father, and they plotted to get rid of him. Yusuf alayhi salatu wasalam ended up in Egypt, and the story ended there with the family of Yaqub, including Yaqub, ended up in Egypt. So that's where we stopped yesterday. You remember that, right? So we're gonna carry on from there. So now the children of Israel are in Egypt. So they have nothing to do whatsoever with, again, I based the entire book on the false claim of the Zionists that this land is promised for them. And of course, we use the religious or the theology approach regarding Allah's statement that this land is written for you. And I explained that to you yesterday, that the writing, when we say Allah is writing, there is the legislative writing, and there is what the other writing, the qadari writing. So that writing of Jerusalem to the children of Israel was legislative writing. And even to us Muslims, it's legislative writing. This land is also for the believers, as long as they uphold the tenets of Tawheed and the purity of Islam. But because many people may not digest and comprehend this distinction between the legislative or the universal or qadari writing, we chose to approach the subject from a historic narrative. So we're trying to prove to you now that they were not there. They came like every other nation to the land, and they had to leave it as well. But it's not promised for them, like they claim, the Zionists. They say this is the promised land for us. We are the special people, and this land belongs to us. So we mentioned so far that they had no presence. Yes, Israel or Yaqub is their father. That is correct. But until now, they do not exist. The Jews, where the Zionists stem from, or come from, or branch out, because not every Jew is a Zionist, just to be fair and just. So far, they do not exist. Now they may claim their existence through Ibrahim, because they claim Ibrahim to be theirs, was a Jew. Allah refuted this in the Quran, saying that Ibrahim was not a Jew, nor a Christian. Ibrahim was a Muslim. And these verses are explicit in Surah Al-Imran. Allah addresses them, Ya Ahl al-Kitabi, O people of the book, لِمَ تُحَاجُّونَ فِي إِبْرَاهِيمَ. Why do you talk about Ibrahim or claim Ibrahim or attribute yourselves to Ibrahim alayhi salatu wassalam? وَمَا أُنزِلَتِ التَّوْرَاةُ وَالْإِنْجِيلُ إِلَّا مِنْ بَعْدِهِ أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ. When the Torah nor the Gospel were not revealed but after him. Have you no sense? Are you going to start making sense now? ما كان إبراهيم يهوديا ولا نصرانيا. Ibrahim was not a Jew nor a Christian, ولكن كان حنيفا مسلما. He was a Muslim. So far, the children of Israel have no presence in Palestine, in the Levant. They moved now with their father to Egypt. Now, when they moved to Egypt, their population increased. And there are some interpretation regarding why the Egyptians ended up enslaving them, because they turned into slaves in Egypt. Bani Israel, the children of Israel, who were the Muslims at the time, by the way, they became slaves. Why? There are some interpretation that when Yusuf was in Egypt, and this is again, ya ikhwa, it's up to being right, or that's something that we could not verify because it's so old. But there are some hints in the Quran that the time of Yusuf, Egypt was not completely ruled by Egyptians. And this is why, if you read Surah Yusuf, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala referred to the ruler to be a king, not a pharaoh. Have you ever read Surah Yusuf before? There was no mention of a pharaoh, but there was a mention of who? وَقَالَ الْمَلِكِ وَقَالَ الْمَلِكِ. But when you read the story of Musa, we're talking about a pharaoh, not a king. So they said, hence, because of that distinction, Egypt at the time of Yusuf was ruled by an outside power that occupied Egypt, or part of Egypt. So when Yusuf came and his family, they helped the Egyptians overcome the drought and the famine crisis. Because what was the issue with Yusuf and Yusuf coming out of jail? When he developed that strategy of how to deal with the famine, right? Because there was 7 years of drought and 7 years of what? 7 years of plenty and 7 years of drought. Yusuf alayhi salam, through the interpretation of the dream of the king, so they have seen Yusuf and his family to be helpers to the occupiers. That's one interpretation. Consequently, they enslaved them. You helped the people who occupied Egypt, then we're going to enslave you. That's one way to do it. But again, this is interpretation subject to what? Right or wrong. In any rate, Bani Israel were placed under bondage. Not only that, but the Pharaoh kept seeing this nightmare. Of course, we call it a dream, he would call it a nightmare. That a fire which came from the Levant, Jerusalem, which burned all the houses of the Egyptians, and it did not burn any of the houses of the children of Israel. This is actually was mentioned. There is a beautiful hadith, ya ikhwa, if you really want to get that story in details, because I have to go through the book here in a faster pace than that. There is a famous hadith في سنن الإمام النسائي called Hadith al-Futun. Hadith al-Futun. Abdullah ibn Abbas radiyallahu anhuma is the one who narrated the entire story, where he actually interpreted the verses of the Quran, and sometimes he would insert certain things that the Prophet said. Certain things that the Prophet said. But the hadith is authentic. If you want to find that hadith, just look at Ibn Kathir, Tafsir Ibn Kathir, Surah Taha, chapter Taha, which is 20, right? Chapter 20, Al-Kahf 18, Maryam 19, yes, 20, Surah Taha, and look at the verse, وَفَتَنَّاكَ فُتُونًا. وَفَتَنَّاكَ فُتُونًا. That is why the scholars call this hadith Hadith al-Futun. Because in this hadith, Ibn Abbas listed the amount of fitan, of trials and tribulations that Musa faced, alayhi salatu wassalam. So, Shahid, when the Pharaoh saw that dream, that a fire came from the east, from Jerusalem, or from the Levant, burning all the houses of the Egyptians, and the houses of the children of Israel were untouched or unburned, he asked his cabinet, or whatever you want to call them, assistants, I need someone to interpret that dream for me. They told him, listen, Bani Israel are talking about the birth of a child who will be the reason for the destruction of your kinship. That there is a child is about to be born. This child will destroy you and destroy your kinship. What should I do? Kill all the newborn. And that's when the Egyptians started killing the children. Are you following me or no? America is killing the children now too. Right? Killing their fitra. You know, when you have a child and you get them to question their gender, that's crazy. I've never seen anything like that. That's killing the fitra of the children. That's a form of killing. When you take a child to a public school system and teach him that there is no God, right? Teach him everything that is polytheistic, shirki. But any monotheistic, no. That's killing a fitra. That's killing children too. Right? When you make absent the belief in Allah, the hereafter, that's killing the fitra. Killing the fitra. We go back to, so they started killing the newborn. Subhanallah, they kept killing them for years. Until the people started complaining, now you're killing all the boys, we don't have any more slaves. Who's going to do the work? So he decided, the Pharaoh, he decided to alternate, to kill the boys, the newborn boys, 1 year and let them live 1 year. He said, listen, if you let them live 1 year, if this boy is born, he has nobody to help him, because they assumed right away that this boy, if he is to lead Bani Israel, he's not going to have enough manpower. And you know, this is one of the most amazing things, the ikhwah, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ordains, that Musa is to be born in the year that they slay the children. See that? Harun had a brother, what's his name? I'm sorry, Musa had a brother. I answered the question. Yeah. Harun was there, right? Have you ever read anything about Harun's birth, that his mother has to throw him in the river like Musa? Because he was born in the year that they don't slay the children. That's the year the kids are spared. But Musa is to be born in the year that you slay the children in the Pharaoh. And you know what? You're going to save him and you're going to grow him up for me. That's, if you really want to find, you know, an illustration of this verse, وَاللَّهُ غَالِبٌ عَلَى أَمْرِهِ وَلَكِنَّ أَكْثَرَ النَّاسِ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ. Allah has full dominance, control, absolute control of His command. But many people do not realize that. So Musa was picked up by the Pharaoh spared, and later on accidentally killing an Egyptian, where he had to flee to Madian. And Madian, by the way, is that direction, Jordan, that direction. And subhanAllah, when the doctor who spent time, the short clip that we shared with you yesterday, the brother, the surgeons were operating on him. Subhanallah, it's so touching because he read these verses. فَلَمَّا تَوَجَّهَ تِلْقَاءَ مَدْيَنَ قال عسى ربي أن يهديني سواء السبيل. He actually is reading these verses when Musa fled and he went to Madian from Egypt. So amazing, his choice of these verses, I'm sure he read something before it and something after it, but it's just so touchy. The important thing is, after he spent 10 years in Madian, fleeing the Egyptian regime because they were about to kill him, and he ended up marrying the daughter of the righteous man in Madian, which mistakenly, by the way, and you will find this in the books of tafsir, that people refer to him to be Shu'aib, but that's incorrect, because Shu'aib is close to the time of Ad and Thamud. This is a righteous man of Madian, but this is an opinion again that could be subject to wrong or being correct. After he spent 10 years paying for the dowry, imagine he spent 10 years working for his father-in-law to pay the dowry for his wife. Marriage was very expensive in the past, right? 10 years working. In any rate, he started traveling back to Egypt. In the way back to Egypt, it seems like there was rain and they were cold. Musa alayhi salatu wasalam saw a fire from a distance. So he said to his family, wait here, I'll go get you some fire, or maybe I'll find, obviously also they were lost in the desert. Maybe someone will guide us there. He ended up with this divine, meeting. Allah actually called upon him. Ya Musa, وهل أتاك حديث موسى إذ ناداه ربه بالوادي المقدس طوى. Or the verses in Surah Taha are more beautiful, more detailing. They are all beautiful, but more detailing. وهل أتاك حديث موسى إذ رأى نارا فقال لأهلهم كثوا إني آنست نارا لعلي آتيكم منها بقبس أو أجد على النار هدى فلما أتاها نودي يا موسى إني أنا ربك فاخلع عليك إنك بالوادي المقدس طوى وأنا اخترتك فاستمع لما يوحى إنني أنا الله. That's الشاهد. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala instructed Musa to go back to the Pharaoh. First of all, call him to Islam. If he does, then we're at peace with him. But if he doesn't, then your mission is to take the children of Israel out of Egypt and to take them to the promised land, to the land of Palestine. So that's the initial contact with this. Musa and the Pharaoh kept going back and forth. At the end, he fled Egypt. He crossed the sea. The Pharaoh drowned. Again, I'm cutting short a lot of stuff, but the book, alhamdulillah, offers details and evidence for that. So now they are in the desert of Sinai. Heading where? This direction. So far they don't know where to. Interestingly, that Musa alayhi salatu wasalam goes to a second meeting with Allah, and that's when he hastened. He was supposed to wait and take the people with him so that they don't go astray, but Allah asked him, وَمَا أَعْجَلَكَ عَنْ قَوْمِكَ يَا مُوسَى قَالَ هُمْ أُولَاءِ عَلَى أَثَرِي وَعَجِلْتُ إِلَيْكَ رَبِّي لِتَرْضَى قَالَ فَإِنَّا قَدْ فَتَنَّا قَوْمَكَ مِنْ بَعْدِكَ. There is a man called the Samiri. He got them to worship the calf in your absence. But you're probably going to hear this for the first time, and I had a whole chapter about this in the book, and I want you to look at page number here. Chapter 6, from deliverance to deviation. That's when they worship the calf. I think it's chapter 7, if I'm not mistaken. Chapter 7. No, chapter 7. Yes, chapter 7. Look at chapter 7. Can you bring it, Islam? Yeah, Muhammad. That is page number 71. I really want you to understand this chapter well. What is the title? Jihad after the Torah. What does mean? What does it mean? You see, the cosmic sunnah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala until this time in history. Can you switch the lights off? They can see the screen. اشتغل عم اسلام شوية عم اسلام بالعادة. I really want you to understand this chapter, because this is information that a lot of people may not have or have access to or understand. Until this time in history, just pay attention to me for now. Don't look at the book, look at me. Eyes on me. No, I'm just kidding. There was the cosmic sunnah. When I say cosmic sunnah, what do I mean by that? The sunnah, the established system of Allah. That when there are people who oppose His message, oppose the truth, Allah would be the one who would take care of them. Here is a scenario. Allah would send a messenger. He would call people to Tawheed, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then the people are what? Done. They insist. Allah would then instruct the messenger and the few believers who believed with him, okay, take a side now. Let me deal with them. And then Allah would eradicate the entire disbelieving community out. That would happen with Nuh. What happened with Nuh? The believers got in what? On a ship. But what happened to the rest? That happened with Ad, Thamud, Shu'aib, Lut, right? Correct? The last figure in history this sunnah was established was the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh was the last one. But now when Musa went to receive the Torah from Allah, Allah legislated in the Torah the act of worship which called jihad. So now Allah is telling the believers, I'm not gonna eradicate the disbelievers anymore. It's now up to the believers to take care of them. Now you got Muslims, although I love the way that Dr. Zakir yesterday explained that. It was, eye-opening. But really the technical explanation of this, of the question, how come Allah is not, despite the manifest injustice, people are killing children like they are killing, I don't know, there is no lawful killing anyways. Anybody, even animals, you can't just go and kill animals like that. You have to kill animals, slaughter them to eat them, but you can't just go kill animals. They are killing children and women just for fun, for no purpose. This is a manifest injustice. How come Allah doesn't interfere? It's up to you, believers, with the legislation of jihad. قاتلوهم يعذبهم الله بأيديكم ذلك ولو شاء الله لانتصر منهم ولكن ليبلو بعضكم ببعض. This is the explanation. So with this, the legislation of jihad came in handy. And by the way, this is subhanallah, we know that sometimes we become harsh on the children of Israel, especially the Jews, when it came to the issue of go you and your Lord fight. But when Musa returned to his people, he said to them, listen, I found the destination now. We have to go where? East Jerusalem. Now we have to go to Jerusalem. We have to go to Bayt al-Maqdis. وإذ قال موسى لقومه يا قوم اذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ جعل الآية يا قوم ادخلوا الأرض المقدسة التي كتب الله لكم. My people, we have to go now and enter this sacred land which Allah wrote for you. But again, is the writing legislative writing or qadari writing? Legislative writing. What did they say to Musa? What did they say to him? Give them an excuse, because this is the first ever command of jihad in history. You're getting it? Because themselves, they already experienced إِنَّا لَمُدْرَكُونَ when they were up at the sea, the scene of the sea, they are about to, the sea is in front of them and the Pharaoh and his hosts are chasing them. So they looked at Musa, إِنَّا لَمُدْرَكُونَ, the Pharaoh is going to kill us and in front of us there is the sea. قَالَ كَلَّا, don't worry about it. إِنَّ مَعِيَ. So in front of them Allah commanded Musa to do what? To strike the sea. So they have seen that. So for them was like, okay, why didn't you just do the same? You and your Lord can take care of business and we'll, but they don't understand that the sunnah what? Shifted. That sunnah shifted already. Is no longer what? And that applies. And this is why, ya ikhwah, a lot of you may not pay attention to this. In Surah Al-Isra, before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spoke about the children of Israel rising twice in history. You're familiar with that, the verses, the first 8 verses in Isra. Allah introduced these two times of rising and corruption. Rising followed with corruption. Allah introduced these verses. Look at this. سبحان الذي أسرى بعبده ليلا من المسجد الحرام إلى المسجد الأقصى الذي باركنا حوله لنريه من آياتنا إنه هو السميع البصير. Look at this. وآتينا موسى الكتاب وجعلناه هدى لبني إسرائيل ألا تتخذوا من دوني وكيلا ذرية من حملنا مع نوح. You see that mention of the two? From Nuh until Musa, until he received the book, that sunnah changed. And those 2 times of them rising followed with corruption is going to fall in that other time, not the first time. You're getting no? Are you with me or no? Assalamu alaikum. Are we good? طيب. Now, when they turned down the command of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, what was their punishment? 40 years. And subhanallah, just to show you Allah's wisdom, because that generation who was raised up in bondage are not going to do the work of Allah. The people who do the work of Allah are people what? But when you're raised up being afraid and the Pharaoh is going to kill us, that. Even back home where we come from, Ahmad, يقول لك إيه, امشي جنب الحيط يا ابني, walk next to the wall my son. مالكش دعوة, don't worry about it. أنت هتصلح الكون. Are you gonna fix the world? كل عيش. Eat bread meaning worry about what? That culture is not You gotta have that heart, that. That's why, subhanAllah, two things happen here. Number one, the Bani Israel worshipping the calf. What was the expiation for worshipping the calf? Anyone knows that? To kill themselves. How killing themselves? By those who, basically, there is one narration that said it was dark and everybody carried a sword, just go kill one another. Yalla. But this was good for them, by the way, because that was the expiation. That means what? They're going to go to Jannah after that. وإذ قال موسى لقومه يا قوم إنكم ظلمتم أنفسكم باتخاذكم العجل فتوبوا إلى بارئكم فاقتلوا أنفسكم ذلكم خير لكم عند بارئكم فتاب عليكم إنه هو التواب. Allah accepted your repentance. So this was one way to recycle that generation, because that generation was brought up in what? Walk next to the wall. That generation is not going to do jihad. And unfortunately, many of the ummah are like that now. That's very sad. Many of the ummah, خايف من afraid. The second thing is the 40 years. They are going in circle. Because Allah wanted that generation what? To end. Who led Bani Israel into Jerusalem? Joshua, Yosha, who was the student of Musa. You know the verse in Surah Al-Kahf, وَإِذْ قَالَ مُوسَى لِفَتَاهُ لَا أَبْرَحُ حَتَّى أَبْلُغَ مَجْمَعَ الْبَحْرَيْنِ أَمْضِي حُقْبًا في صحيح البخاري, Hadith Abdullah ibn Abbas. The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, فَتَاهُ هُوَ يُوشَعْ ibn Nun. His fata is Yusha ibn Nun. So he's the student of Musa. But ya ikhwa, wallahi, yani, subhanallah, the story of the death of Musa, when Musa was about to die, I know we all become fascinated with the idea that he poked the eye of the angel of death. You familiar with that hadith or no? You ever heard of it? Huh? But without going there, because there is an explanation to this that I did it in the book, so you're going to see it in the book. But really, there was something very heartfelt request that he made. You know what he asked the angel of death? He said, can I please die only the distance of a throw of a rock from the destination? I want to be buried there. That shows you that he really wanted to complete the command of Allah. Jerusalem, yes. So I want to be buried there. And also that shows you that in a nation you may have individuals who are very sincere and they are willing to do the work, but when you don't have collective, it's not going to work. Because unfortunately we live in America, and a lot of us are so much attached to this Hollywood, Bollywood culture, where they promote that thing, like one-man show thing. Sniper man, Spider-Man, Superman. Like they always have this show where there is one man only who does what? That culture is not Islamic. That's not. Islam is what? If we don't get together as a community, nothing will happen. Forget about it. You may have righteous people in the ummah. You may have sincere people in the ummah. But for us to do the collective work of Allah, we must be what? You know how many Muslims in this world now? What is their issue? Is what? Disunity. And when they want to unite in what? Let's get together, have some candy. No, unity can only be done in Tawheed, on what unites, which is Tawheed, on the truth. I hope you understand this chapter 7, just visited well. الشاهد, the important thing is Yusha entered Baytul Maqdis with his people. And we know his story with the son, you know, just to show you the righteousness and the piety of 𝙀𝙢𝙖𝙞𝙀. He was a prophet, by the way. We believe that he's a prophet. 𝙀𝙢𝙖𝙞 ibn Nun is a prophet, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, alayhi salatu wassalam. That is when he addressed the son, he said, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commanded him to complete the conquest or his entry into Baytul Maqdis, which at the time they called it Jericho. You know, Baytul Maqdis had different names. At the time called it Ariha or Jericho. He was supposed to enter on Friday before the sunset. Why? Because the Sabbath would begin from sunset. You know, the day in Islam begins at sunset, right? So Saturday, because at the time they were observance of the Sabbath. So he had to finish up the task of conquering Baytul Maqdis and defeating the Amalek, according to Netanyahu, before the sunset. He was running out of time. So he looked at the sun. He said, "You're commanded, I'm commanded." Imagine that. And he said, "Oh Allah, hold the sun until we complete." And the sun was held until the task was complete. Good. So now the children of Israel are where now? For the first time they are where? In Jerusalem. أين؟ Oh, Sahih Bukhari ومسلم, حديث أبي هريرة. And it's mentioned in the book. I mentioned the references in the book. No, هذا من السنة. The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam mentioned that there is no prophet who talked to the sun but 𝙀𝙢𝙖𝙞 ibn Nun. And amazing, subhanAllah, the children of Israel, they still had, you know, this issue also with the cow, with the cows. I have no idea what's the relationship between them and the cows. Even when they, you know, has it been for that Tufan al-Aqsa, they were actually preparing some cows they imported from Texas that they are supposed to slaughter in the Masjid al-Aqsa so that their king would come down. This is crazy thing about the cow. At the time, by the way, at this time also another sunnah which was shifted. It's associated with jihad. So jihad was changed at the time of Musa. But with them, when you wage jihad for the cause of Allah, you're not supposed to benefit anything from what you earn. What we call what? Al-Anfal, the spoils of war. So what they used to do, they used to collect the spoils of war, place it on an altar, Qurban يعني, and then a fire would come down to burn it. And this would become a sign for them that Allah accepted their jihad. That this was done for the sake of Allah. الذين قالوا إن الله عهد إلينا ألا نؤمن لرسول حتى يأتينا بقربان تأكله النار. Surah Al-Imran. Subhanallah, so when they finished the jihad, conquering Baytul Maqdis, so they placed everything for the fire to come down. The fire didn't come down. 𝙀𝙢𝙖𝙞 looked at them, فيكم الغلول, someone stole something. We have a thief here. Somebody took something from the spoils of war he's not supposed to take. Allah instructed him to line up their asbat, the heads, because they were 12 tribes. Each tribe had a leader. Line them up and shake their hands. Your hand will get stuck with the leader whose tribe stole. بني إسرائيل سبحان الله. You know, Rasul صلى الله عليه وسلم حدثوا عن بني إسرائيل فإن فيهم الأعاجيب. Talk about the children of Israel. They have a lot of wonders. So Yosha went, handshake, and then he got his hand, that's a hadith. I'm not making that stuff up, man. All right? Look at this. His hand got stuck with this one. He said, your tribe. So he went and he researched, and they brought 2 golden cows, heads of 2 huge gold cows. They put it, the fire came down. Yosha, and I call this, if you look at chapter 8, actually I divided this into the next half of the next part, which is the era of kings and judges. Bani Israel lived in Palestine for a while, going by the book, everything is good, until they gradually started going astray again. The same people, they defeated العماليق again. اللي هو انتوا واحنا the Amalek. They came back and defeated them and kicked them out again. Not only that, they took away the Ark of the Covenant. They used to have what they call tabut. No, tabut في الإنجليزي اسمه box, wooden box. And inside that wooden box, they would have the Torah which Prophet Musa received from Allah. Allah wrote it for him. And the stick of Musa. Yani stuff that you find barakah in, you know, like real barakah, you know, not that made up barakas. So the people took away. Here they are, they are kicked out. Finally, they realized there is no way for them to go back there except through jihad. So they came to the Prophet at the time to ask him, to ask Allah to send them a king. And that's where the verse is, أَلَمْ تَرَ إِلَى الْمَلَإِ مِنْ بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ مِنْ بَعْدِ مُوسَى إِذْ قَالُوا لِنَبِيٍّ لَهُمُ ابْعَثْ لَنَا مَلِكًا نُقَاتِلْ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. Surah Al-Baqarah, قصة طالوت and جالوت. طالوت and جالوت. Yeah, so we're going to stop here because we have to have a presentation for the university for you, inshallah. So I don't want to lose you because I want to carry on from there. So where did we stop? Bani Israel are kicked out because they misbehaved. Now you're gonna notice a very interesting pattern with Jerusalem. If you're a believer, if you follow Islam well, I'm gonna keep you there. If you don't, I'm gonna send the enemy to take care of you. And that's what happened to us too, by the way, now. That's the pattern. You're gonna find this pattern always. That's why it's a legislative writing for the believers. And the same thing. You see, when Umar went to receive the keys of Bayt al-Maqdis, what did he say? نحن قوم أعزنا الله بالإسلام. The source of our izzah, dignity, is Islam. Whenever we look for other means of dignity, it will be the source of our destruction. So right now, Bani Israel are off. They lost their Ark of the Covenant. Now we're going to find out how they will regain it again after this short presentation by Dr. Ahmed Sabalik, who is the president and the dean of the Islamic University, International Islamic University of America. He is, mashallah, the dean of the university. And this is the university that we're opening up a branch for you here if you're interested in receiving a bachelor, receiving a master, a PhD. I'm actually finishing up my PhD with them, myself personally. Inshallah, very soon I'm going to call myself a doctor. Yeah. But hopefully I'm not doing it for that. Yeah, so inshallah he's going to have a short presentation for you, inshallah. دكتور أحمد، السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. مرحبا.
حياك الله.
الله يحييك ويحييك.
معك طالبك كريم أبو زيد تلميذك.
مرحبا مرحبا يا شيخ كريم، الله يجزيك خير ما حضرتك.
الله يعزك. الله يعزك. إن شاء الله ستتحدث ثم أترجم، يعني لو ناخذ فقرات يعني حتى لا يضيع مني الكلام. بارك الله فيك يعني. حتى تفضل. تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين وعلى آله الطيبين الطاهرين وأصحابه الهداة المهديين وعلى من استنى بسنته واهتدى بهديه إلى يوم الدين. أما بعد، بدء ذي بدء أسلم على الأحباب الكرام الحاضرين والحاضرات. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وأبدأ كلمتي هذه في محورين اثنين. المحور الأول بطاقة تعريفية صغيرة بأنا المتحدث، وبطاقة تعريفية كبيرة بالجامعة الإسلامية العالمية للدراسات الإسلامية والشرعية والإنسانية. أما محدثكم هذا هو أحمد منصور سبالك، أستاذ دكتور، أستاذ الشريعة وأصول الدين كتخصص عام، تخصص دقيق، أصول الفقه والفلسفة الإسلامية التي يعنى بها العقيدة والفرق والمذاهب والأديان. رئيس جامعة الإسلامية العالمية ورئيس مجلس أمناء جامعة التضامن الفرنسية العربية، والمشرف العام على مكاتبها، مكاتب الجامعة التضامن في شتى بقاع الكرة الأرضية، لها أكثر من 16 مكتبا تقريبا. فأنا المشرف العام العلمي لأن أنا رئيس لجنة الترقيات عندهم في دول الغرب الأفريقي، والأمين العام للأكاديمية الأوروبية للعلوم الإسلامية والثقافة، والمشرف على فرعيها بالاتحاد الأوروبي، الفرع الموجود في برشلونة بأسبانيا والفرع الموجود في برلين في ألمانيا. شرفت بهذه الجامعة الطيبة. البطاقة الثانية، شرفت بأن أكون رئيسا ومشرفا عليها مع كوكبة كبيرة من أساتذة العلوم الشرعية والإنسانية. إن كان أخونا الشيخ كريم يترجم ولا أكمل؟
نعم. جزاك الله خيرا. The professor Ahmed Mansour Sabalik, that's his name. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala يحفظه, protect him يا رب العالمين. He is the dean and the president of the university. He is a graduate of Al-Azhar University originally, and his specialty is Usuluddin wal-Aqeedah, the fundamentals of the religion and Al-Aqeedah, the Islamic theology, belief system. And he is the head of the university, which has multiple branches across the globe, Mali, and he mentioned Barcelona in Spain, and he also, Hafidahullah, mentioned Berlin in Germany. The university is accredited, by the way. Like if you receive a certificate from them, there is an accreditation which you can actually apply here in America if you the university locally here advise you to do some other courses, what we call a parallel or muadala. That's the beautiful thing about the university. The university has a lot of associates, scholars who teach in it, and also you can receive your certificate through distant learning. So you do not have to physically be present in a certain location. تفضل دكتور.
الجامعة الإسلامية العالمية للدراسات الشرعية والإنسانية لها أكثر من فرع. فرع في جامعة غينيا العالمية، وهي دراستها تعمل بنظامي التعليم عن بعد والتعليم النظامي، وفرع في جامعة بولس في شمال الصومال، وتعمل بالنظامين أيضا، وفرع في جامعة النور والإحسان في مقديشيو وتعمل بالنظامين أيضا، وفرع في جامعة العرفان بقراسيا بكينيا وتعمل بالنظامين أيضا. ومؤخرا أكرمنا بفرع أمريكا بنيوجيرسي، والتي بدأت تقريبا يعني أوراقها من عام 2017 ميلادية، والآن في باكورة البدء للدراسة بإذن الله تبارك وتعالى. الجامعة الإسلامية العالمية بدأت في عام 2009 ميلادي في مصر، وأكمل تراخيصها عام 2013 ميلادي، وبدأت بكوكبة كبيرة سأذكر منهم بعضهم من المشايخ الكبار: الأستاذ الدكتور محمود محمد مزروعة، أستاذ العقيدة والمذاهب والأديان بجامعتي الأزهر وأم القرى، الأستاذ الدكتور خالد عبد العال، عميد كلية أصول الدين فرع الأزهر بالمنوفية، الأستاذ الدكتور حبيب الله، أستاذ العقيدة جامعة الأزهر والمسؤول عن الرواق قسم العقيدة في الرواق الأزهري، والأستاذة الدكتورة رجاء مصطفى حسين، عميدة الدراسات الإسلامية، أستاذة الحديث والمصطلح وعضو لجنة ترقيات أستاذ، الأستاذ الدكتور عبد الباسط محمد خلف، أستاذ الشريعة ورئيس لجنة الفتوى، أستاذ الدكتور محمود حربي، أستاذ الشريعة بجامعة الأزهر وعضو لجنة الفتوى، أستاذ الدكتور يحيى أبو بكر، أستاذ الشريعة وعضو لجنة الفتوى، وكثير من إخواننا حتى لا أنسى أحدا منهم. بدأنا عملا في هذه الجامعة عام 2013، وبدأت بشقين أو ارتكزت على مرتكزين: مرتكز أكاديمي ومرتكز تأهيلي. الأكاديمي له شعبتان: شعبة الدراسات الإسلامية وشعبة الدراسات الإنسانية. شعبة الدراسات الإسلامية لها أو فيها 3 أقسام: قسم الشريعة، وقسم أصول الدين، وقسم اللغة العربية. وكل قسم من هؤلاء أو من هذه يتفرع إلى أقسام دقيقة تسمى، يعني الشريعة من ضمن أقسامها الأصول والفقه والاقتصاد الإسلامي. أصول الدين أقسامه العقيدة والحديث والتفسير والدعوة الإسلامية. اللغة العربية أقسامها النحو والصرف والبلاغة والأدب. وشعبة الدراسات الإنسانية فيها أقسام: أصول التربية، مناهج وطرق تدريس، دراسة مخطوط قديم. والقسم التأهيلي ينقسم إلى قسمين: كورسات تأهيلية ودراسات سندية. أكمل يا شيخ كريم ولا أقف؟ يعني لما تقول لي أقف أقف.
أستأذنك ترجم ما تفضلت به، بارك الله فيك. The doctor, the professor, Hafidahullah, went into mentioning the different branches. He actually expanded more. He mentioned that we have actually branches in Somalia, in Kenya, and other locations, and the New Jersey one, which in reference to ours here. This will be actually the headquarters for the New Jersey, the American branch. And again, he confirmed that it's accredited, and he named some of the professors who are known in the Muslim world, especially in Egypt, like Professor Mahmoud Muhammad, Professor Khalid, Professor Raja, Habibullah, Abdul Basit Muhammad, and others who are graduates of Al-Azhar, many of them, and they are PhDs in their fields, and they are the heads of the different faculties of the university. The university has two primary branches. One of them is the Islamic branch, which is the Islamic studies, which has three primary colleges: the College of Sharia, the College of 𝙀𝙢𝙖𝙞𝙀, and the Arabic language as a language, كلية اللغة العربية. Sharia, of course, when it comes to the jurisprudence and the various, areas of fiqh, 𝙀𝙀𝙖𝙞 normally deals with the fundamentals of the religion and the Islamic theology in general. And each one of these faculties, they have different departments under them. Like there is a department of fiqh, there is a department of Arabic grammars and balagha and so forth. As for the second primary branch of the university is الدراسات الإسلامية, الدراسات الإنسانية, which we would call the human research, which really deals with tarbiyah, the upbringing or the education, which talks about how to qualify yourself to be a human being through the methodologies of taming yourself and raising yourself, inshallah. So this is in general the different branches of the university. تفضل دكتور.
الجامعة الإسلامية العالمية فروعها كلها معتمدة في المكان الموجود فيه. يعني لنا توأمة مع وزارة التعليم العالي البحث العلمي والإبداع بدولة مالي، وزارة التعليم العالي للإبداع والبحث العلمي بدولة النيجر، وزارة التعليم العالي في الصومال. في أي مكان في كينيا ما عندها مسمى التعليم العالي، لكن عندها مسمى المجمع الإسلامي العالي ومعتمدة منها هناك أيضا، والشهادة تخرج من هناك مع الشهادة التي تخرج من مصر. تقدم تقريبا لنا في مرحلة البكالوريوس قرابة 220 طالب، تخرج منهم حوالي 120 والباقي ما زال في الدراسة. الماجستير تقريبا 580 طالب، تخرج منهم حوالي 255. الدكتوراه حوالي 340 طالب، تخرج منهم إلى الآن حوالي 70 طالب. والأعداد تتفاوت لحسب الدراسة، لأن الأصل في النظام التعليم على حسب الساعات المعتمدة يكون جهد الباحث والطالب هو المرتكز الأساسي في الدراسة حتى ينتهي من دراسته. فكانت الدراسة بدأت بهذه الصورة، وإلى الآن بفضل الله تبارك وتعالى تبدأ البكالوريوس شعبة عامة في الدراسات الإسلامية والعربية، ما في تخصص. ويبدأ التخصص من الماجستير، يعني يأخذ الباحث سنة تمهيدية مقررات يدرسها ويختبر فيها، فإذا اجتازها ينتقل إلى مرحلة الأطروحة التي تكون مع مشرفه حتى ينتهي منها فيناقش. الدكتوراه ليست فيه مقررات ويبدأ فيها كذلك. البكالوريوس حوالي 4 سنوات، الماجستير 2 سنين، الدكتوراه 3 سنوات. أكمل دكتور؟ أكمل
جزاك الله. لا أترجم هذا. بارك الله فيك دكتور حفظك الله. The professor حفظه mentioned that the university is accredited by these institutions, the Ministry of Higher Education in the following countries: Mali, in Niger, Somal, and he mentioned Kenya doesn't have that particular name, but also it's accredited through a body of accreditation there. So when you receive a certificate, it's accredited by these institutions, so it can actually be, receives accreditation here in America as well. Which in some cases they would require you to do some extra, courses to do what we call معادلة الشهادة, يعني the parallels or so that you make it an American certificate as well. The professor, Ahmed Hafidahullah, mentioned that they have 220 students so far enrolled in the bachelor degree program. 120 of them have already graduated. As for the master program, 580, 255 already graduated. As for the doctorate or the PhD program, which as I'm one of them actually, I'm one of the students, 340 students, 70 of them graduated. I haven't graduated yet. He mentioned that the number of students vary from time to time, but a lot of these students are keen on finishing up their school. He mentioned also that when you enroll in the bachelor degree, you study general like studies. Then you get to choose your specialty, whether Aqidah, whether Sharia, or whether the Arabic language, or whether you want to pursue the Al-Manahij Al-Insaniya. That is done at the master degree level. تفضل دكتور.
ذكرت في البطاقة التعريفية الخاصة بالتخصص العام الشريعة وأصول الدين، التخصص الدقيق أصول الفقه والعقيدة والفرق والمذاهب. التخصص الدقيق هذا يكون بعد الدكتوراه، يعني بعد ما ينتهي من البكالوريوس وبعد ما ينتهي من الماجستير وبعد ما ينتهي من الدكتوراه يدخل في مرحلة تسمى مرحلة الترقيات بأبحاث جديدة بطريقة جديدة، أستاذ مساعد، ثم يرتقي إلى أستاذ مشارك، ثم يرتقي إلى أستاذ. هذا نسميه التخصص الدقيق، وهذا طبعا معلوم في الجامعات، كل الجامعات يختار الباحث تخصص معين من الدراسات التي درسها دراسة عامة ويكمل فيها أبحاثه إلى أن يصل إلى درجة أستاذ مساعد، أستاذ مشارك أو أستاذ. من الذي أعتبرها من المميزات في الجامعة عندنا نحن، يعني وهذا ما فرضناه على الجامعات الموجودة في أفريقيا حتى يستفيد الباحث. لابد أن الذي يشرف على الدكتوراه أن يكون أستاذا، أستاذ دكتور، والذي يشرف على الماجستير يكون أستاذ مشارك، والذي يناقش في الماجستير ممكن يكون أستاذ مساعد أو أستاذ مشارك. أما الذي يناقش في الماجستير لا يتنازل، في الدكتوراه لا يتنازل عن أستاذ مشارك. بكده نكون انتهينا من الشق الأول اللي هو نسميه الشق الأكاديمي بشعبتين.
The professor, Hafidahullah, he wanted to finish the academic so that you have an idea. He mentioned a couple of characteristics of the university. One of them that the professors who supervise and approve of the PhD program, they must be teaching capacity. So they are themselves a PhD graduate, doctorate graduate, beside that they are engaged in the teaching process, which in Arabic we call it Ustad Doktor. He is a professor and he is a PhD graduate as well. Also the professors who associate with the graduating the master degree program, they have to be also professors or at least applicant for a PhD program. So this is the academic side of the university. We will go into another area where the professor will shed lights on. تفضل دكتور.
ومن يريد أن يتوسع في هذه الجزئية ممكن يتابع الموقع بتاع الجامعة، سيجد الجزئية الأيقونة بتاعة الأبحاث، هيجد فيها الأبحاث الماجستير والدكتوراه وأبحاث الترقيات التي ترقى بها أصحابها إلى الدرجة التي دخل فيها. أما الشق التأهيلي فقلت ينقسم إلى قسمين أيضا. القسم الأول قسم الكورسات، والقسم الثاني قسم السند. قسم الكورسات اللي هي الدورات العلمية التي بمجموعها يحصل على درجة علمية. بمعنى هناك دورة علمية الطالب أو الباحث ممكن يدخل فيها في مرحلة الصف الثاني الثانوي، يأخذ ثانية ثانوي ثالثة ثانوي تعادل نصف بكالوريوس. فإذا أراد أن يدخل على البكالوريوس بياخد دورة أخرى ويكمل بها مرحلة الدراسة في البكالوريوس. في دورة تانية بتؤهل دارسي العلوم غير الشرعية الذين درسوا الطب، الهندسة، التجارة، وأرادوا أن يحولوا مسارهم إلى مسار شرعي، لابد أن يتعرف على العلوم الشرعية. تسمى عندنا في الجامعات مرحلة المعادلة بين الدراسة الغير شرعية والدراسة الشرعية، يكمل بها مرحلة الماجستير. هذا شق. برضو أيضا في من الكورسات أو الدورات التأهيلية، دورة تأهيل المعلم الناجح، معلم العربي والدين، اللغة العربية والدين، دورة معلم الخطيب الناجح، وهكذا. هذه الدورات لها برنامج معين معتمد في هذه الجامعات من هذه الوزارات لاستكمال مرحلة تعليمية أكاديمية من الشق الأول. تمام كده ولا أكمل؟
جزاك الله خير يا دكتور. بعد إذنك بس أترجم هذا عشان حتى لا يتوه مني. The professor حفظه الله, Dr. Ahmed Mansour Sabalik, mentioned that we have different types of he called it دورة بالإنجليزي course, yeah, sorry, courses, yeah, different courses. If you enroll in them, you can actually work towards obtaining at first associate degree in certain areas. Like he mentioned, the Professor Hafidullah, becoming an Arabic teacher, becoming a Quran teacher, becoming a khatib to qualify yourself to give khutbahs. There are certain courses that you enroll in. You don't have to go for the full-fledged bachelor or the full-fledged master. There are certain courses that you can qualify yourself when you take them. But yet these courses become also an asset, a credit for you if you want to complete your bachelor. Like he mentioned, Hafidullah, if you are in grade 7, for example, or 8 here in America, which we call the second year of a secondary school, you can take these courses and that would actually give you credit for a bachelor. You just have to take another course in order to complete your bachelor degree. Also, if you have studied other subjects, non-religious subjects, although everything is religious really, but he mentioned like if you specialize in engineering, architect, medicine, or biology or whatever you're studying, you can actually obtain a religious bachelor, an equivalent, so that you can prepare yourself to just go into the bachelor by taking one of these courses, which the Professor Hafidahullah called it mu'adala, that you equal basically your non-religious studies with the religious studies through these courses. He also mentioned about these courses that would qualify you to be an Arabic teacher, to be an Islamic studies teacher, and all of this. Father Doctor.
أما المرتكز الثاني في التأهيلي، الشعبة التأهيلية، مرتكز السند. وجاءت فكرة السند هذه من جراء أن هناك مؤسسات كبرى موجودة على مستوى العالم تسند مطبوعاتها بالسند، بالأخص في كتب السنة. أذكر على سبيل المثال المكنز الألمانية مع سند من شيخنا الوالد الشيخ أبو الفضل الغماري ومثل هذا يعني. فجاءت قضية السند أن الجامعة يكون لها نصيب من هذا الأمر، فكان من مشايخها من يحملون السند العالي في القرآن الكريم وفي السنة النبوية المطهرة. فجاءت دورات السند، من أراد أن يأخذ سندا في القرآن الكريم على مدار القراءات 10 والشواذ أيضا، وأيضا سندا في السنة النبوية، سواء كان مدرسين رجال للرجال أو مدرسات سيدات للسيدات أيضا.
جزاك الله خير. Also the Professor Ahmed Mansour, Hafidahullah, mentioned that beside these courses, if you want to receive what we call ijaza, meaning that you have a transmitted chain to the source. Of course, in the area of al-qira'at, the different recitations of the Quran, that you can actually obtain that through the university. Also, if you're interested in obtaining a sanad or a chain of transmitters, which we call ijaza here, that you to the Sunnah, to the books of Sunnah, you can actually do that with the university as well. This is all important in order to legitimize your source of education, like you have the credible source of learning, inshallah. تفضل دكتور.
هذه الشعب وهذه المرتكزات من خلفها كادر إداري كبير هرمي يدير هذه المنظومة تقريبا في كل فرع موجود من الأفرع منها. يعني أنا أشكرهم جميعا على هذا العمل الذي دأب على نحو تقريبا 16 عام على هذا الأساس، وبفضل الله من تقدم إلى آخر. وأرجو أن يكون تاج أو زمرة التاج فرع نيوجيرسي إن شاء الله بإذن الله تبارك وتعالى يحقق هدفا واحدا في كل هذه الأفرع: تعليم دين الله عز وجل على طريقة السلف بدون غلو وبدون تطرف وبفهم صحيح كما فهمه صحابة النبي صلوات الله وسلامه عليه، فلا يلجأ الإنسان إلى إفراط فيه ولا إلى تفريط أيضا.
أحسن الله إليك. إن شاء الله ممكن بعد أن نترجم هذا نأخذ بعض الأسئلة من الإخوة بعد إذنك. نعم. طيب. So prepare your questions, inshallah. I'm going to translate the final segment. If you have questions, if you want to ask the professor, inshallah. He concluded by saying that there is a huge crew or list of professors and administration in order to run this system of the entire university. It has been 16 years now since the inception of the university, alhamdulillah. And again, the objective, and this is really the message here, the objective behind the International Islamic University and its associates like us in New Jersey is to teach the Quran and Sunnah following the manhaj, the methodology of our righteous predecessors. We call them as-Salaf al-Salih, without, بدون excessiveness nor negligence, بدون إفراط ولا تفريط, the middle path. Always, ya ikhwa, the truth comes in between two extremes. One extreme is al-irja, we call it al-irja, or you compromise, you water down the religion. And there is another extreme that the Khawarij, that you take the path of al-Khawarij, that you become extreme when you come to the interpretation of the different Quranic and Hadithic scripture. فوذ this إن شاء الله لو في شيء آخر دكتور عايز تضيف تفضل، لكن لو تسمح لنا عندنا صلاة الظهر الآن في
كما تحب، لو بعد الصلاة أجيب على الأسئلة أو الآن كما تحب.
لا هو في وقت لبعض الأسئلة إن شاء الله بإذن الله تعالى.
تفضل الأسئلة. خلاص تمام. تفضل.
طيب تفضل. Can you give him the microphone please? Can you come here? Whoever will ask question, come here please.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh Dr. Hafidhullah. Based on what he said, I just wanted to have a clarification maybe. If we are already in the process of completing our bachelor degree in a secular studies, but after this we want to focus specifically on the Islamic side. So none of the secular studies along with the Islamic side, but only the Islamic side. Would the recommendation be to pursue a bachelor's degree? Would it be to pursue a master's degree? Would it be to pursue some of the courses in a bachelor's degree? Jazakallah khair.
السؤال يا دكتور حفظك الله. الأخ بيسأل هو الآن في إطار إكمال الدراسات غير الدينية، دراسات العادية، ولكن يريد أن يوازن أو يوازي مع هذا بعض الدراسات الإسلامية، وبما تحبذ له أو تقترح عليه أن يكمل مثلا البكالوريوس في الدراسات الغير إسلامية أو الغير دينية، ثم يعمل معادلة بعد هذا للماجستير، أم تراه أن يدرس البكالوريوس مرة ثانية أو يتحصل على بعض الدورات التي تؤهله لاستكمال دراسته الإسلامية؟ لعل الكلام
وأول طالما هو يدرس فهو إما في مرحلة قبل البكالوريوس أو في مرحلة البكالوريوس غير شرعي، دراسات غير شرعية. إن كان في مرحلة قبل البكالوريوس يؤهل بالكورسات التي عندما يدخل بها لاستكمال البكالوريوس إدراكا للوقت، أو لو كان هو في البكالوريوس الآن يدخل مباشرة على الماجستير الشرعي، يأخذ هذه الكورسات من ضمن ما يسمى بتمهيد الماجستير.
نعم. بارك الله فيك. So the answer to the question is, if you have not completed your bachelor in a secular, I actually don't like that, but I just, you know what I mean, because everything is Islamic, even the secular. You can take some courses which will enable you to become a graduate of a bachelor technically with these courses while you're completing your bachelor in a non-religious or a secular field. Okay, if you're right now pursuing your bachelor, let's say you're doing IT, right? You can take some courses which would actually enable you to end up with a parallel Islamic Studies bachelor with these courses. Or if you're so consumed with your non-religious studies, you can complete the bachelor and later on you take certain courses which will enable you to advance to the master. You got that? Clear? Fadl.
Max here. Now, I'd like to know, are there any courses where there are like comparative aqidah, such as aqidah 𝙀𝙢𝙖𝙞𝙀, where you will have the Athari explanation versus the Ash'ari explanation, so that you can see the parallels and differences? Like, are there any courses like that?
دكتور أحمد حفظك الله, he's talking about الدراسات المقارنة في العقيدة الإسلامية. يعني هو يريد دراسات مثلا حتى يقارن بين الأشاعرة وبين الأثرية، يعني من هذا القبيل. هل هناك دورات متخصصة في ذلك؟
هذه الدورات المتخصصة تكون في تمهيد الماجستير عندما يدخل إلى قسم أصول الدين، التخصص الدقيق العقيدة والأديان. إذا دخل ماجستير أصول الدين قسم العقيدة والأديان سيأخذ دورة متخصصة في هذه الجزئية قبل الالتحاق بأطروحة الماجستير.
بارك الله. So the professor answered by saying that if you are to enroll yourself in the master degree program, there will be certain courses in Islamic theology where you will be exposed to the different elements of al-Aqidah al-Islamiyya and the different interpretation, where you end up with that comparative approach. تفضل.
السلام عليكم فضيلة الأستاذ أحمد، أنا اسمي 𝙀𝙢𝙖𝙞𝙀. رجائي التفضل بإجابة السؤال: نظام التدريس في الجامعة هل يعتمد نظام الساعات أو نظام أو المواد؟ بمعنى هل يتم الطالب أو هل يعتمد الطالب نظام semester؟
معلش في disconnect. You're gonna have to wait until.
أوكي. السلام عليكم.
الشيخ بيتكلم.
أستاذ أحمد أو فضيلة الأستاذ أحمد، أنا اسمي 𝙀𝙢𝙖𝙞𝙡. سؤالي التالي: نظام التدريس في الجامعة هل يكون بعدد الساعات أو عدد الكورسات؟ بمعنى هل أنتظم باللغة الإنجليزية semester system أو hourly or quarterly system? Which one do you guys follow?
الساعات المعتمدة على حسب النظام المعتمد في إفريقيا، لأن غالب الفروع كما سمعت مني إنها فروع إفريقية. فوزارة التعليم بمالي، وزارة التعليم بالنيجر، وزارة التعليم بالصومال بتعتمد عدد الساعات المعتمدة، ثم تقسم من خلال أستاذ المادة إلى عدد محاضرات معينة.
نعم. So he asked about the credit hours or the courses. It is the credit hours because again we have to follow the accreditation body in these different parts. هو بيسأل نظام دكتور أحمد فصلي أم like يعني مثلا فصل الربيع ولا كيف بيتم النظام؟
ليس، أنا فاهم كلامه، ليس فصليا وحسب الساعات المعتمدة. مثلا أنا أعطي مثلا طالما تكلم ابننا على موضوع المقارنة في مرحلة الماجستير، الدراسة المقارنة حسب الساعات المعتمدة لمادة مقارنة الأديان هي تنقسم ما بين الأديان السماوية والأرضية إلى 25 ساعة معتمدة.
نعم.
ال 25 ساعة دي بتقسم الدول على حسب الدول الغربية عندكم على حسب تقريبا 8 ساعات يوميا، يوم واحد في الأسبوع.
Yeah. Yeah. So there is a different types. He mentioned that, for example, for your comparative studies courses or the Islamic theology, it's once a week, 8 hours a day, inshallah. جزاك الله خيرا فضيلة الدكتور. معذرة لأن عندنا صلاة الظهر الآن، فسعدنا بلقائك وبارك الله في جهودك ورفع الله قدرك في الدنيا والآخرة، ونسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يرزقنا الإخلاص في القول والعمل في السر والعلن، وأن يجعلنا سببا في نشر منهج السلف الصالح بدون تفريط ولا غلو يا رب العالمين. أحسن الله إليك فضيلة الشيخ، وعلى لقاء إن شاء الله. لو تأمرنا بشيء احنا معك إن شاء الله.
جزاكم الله خيرا وأحسن الله إليكم يا رب. دعواتكم الله يكرمك، تقبل الله منا ومنكم يا رب.
آمين. جزاكم الله. تفضل.
السلام عليكم.
Okay. You want to take a break? I need a break. I have to go to the bathroom.
Dr. Bilal Phillips coming today?
No, he got sick so bad, unfortunately. Yeah. You were waiting for him, huh? Yeah. So, what time is Dhuhr, يا شباب? الساعة كام دلوقتي؟ أذن. So we're gonna pray Dhuhr, and then I wanna do a very maybe 20 minutes follow up on my session, so we complete, inshallah. Sounds good? So get.
maximum 30 minutes. I know this is your lunch time, but I just want to scan through the book quickly because this is my final session today. Of course, the book is there, is available for you to read, but I just wanted to continue the story with you, but I'm going to have to cut very short. So far, we are post the era which in history known to the Jewish community, the era of judges, which is right after Joshua time. The children of Israel, despite having prophets all the time amongst them, they still went astray and they neglected the Sharia of Musa alayhi salatu wassalam. And like you will notice, this is the pattern regarding Baytul Maqdis or Jerusalem, that whenever you neglect the religion, you will be kicked out of there. So they were expelled again. Them realizing that the only way for them to go back to Baytul Maqdis, to Jerusalem again, is through jihad. So they requested the Prophet at the time that they need a leader, someone to lead them. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala identified Talut, which in biblical tradition they call him Saul, Talut. But in the Quranic narrative, he is called Talut. Inna Allah qad ba'atha lakum Taluta malika. Subhanallah, immediately they objected that. They said, in some of the Israelites, he was a shepherd. He said, they said, how can he be our king when he is not wealthy? And a shahid is Allah actually showed them a miracle that the angels are going to come carrying the Ark of the Covenant which you lost. It will be restored to you as a sign that this choice from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وقال لهم نبيهم إن آية ملكه أن يأتيكم التابوت فيه سكينة من ربكم وبقية مما ترك آل موسى وآل هارون تحمله الملائكة إن في ذلك لآية لكم إن كنتم مؤمنين. Subhanallah, ikhwa, at the end of this battle, who emerged? Dawood emerged at the end of this battle, because who killed Goliath? Dawood. And subhanallah, ikhwa, Dawood was a known character in the army. And I always resemble Dawood and Goliath to what's happening now. You know, the Zionists belittle the Palestinians. They thought that they can eat up the rights just like that. But, you know, they came out and they told them, no, this land is ours. We're not going to let go of it. You know, the Palestinian crisis or plight was about to be buried once and for all. Has it been for that Tufan al-Aqsa? Especially when the Trump, if you remember, put together that deal. I called it actually in the book slab of the century, Saf'atul Qarn, not Safqatul Qarn. I actually called it that there is a whole chapter about the slab of the century. When he basically went to Saudi Arabia and he met with the Sunni world, and they said, listen, you know, Israel now is, you know, you guys have to make up with them what they call normalization, at-tatbiya. So Saudi Arabia was at the verge actually of normalizing with Israel. And with that, the Palestinian would be once and for all. These brothers came from beneath the ground like Dawood. Bim! You know that, you know, it's a slang shot, you know. You know, subhanAllah, when Goliath, so, you know, in the past, the ikhwa, right before the battle, they used to have this, what we call mubaraza, is individual competition. individual challenge before the battle. Normally, before the two armies engage, they have that individual challenge. Even you read the Sunnah, like before Badr, two individuals would come and they would challenge one another before. Subhanallah, so Goliath came out, who can challenge me? A lot of the people, by the way, subhanallah, resembled Dawood to Abdullah ibn Mas'ud in size. Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, you know, he was a very tiny, small man. To some, I think Al-Hafiz al-Dhahabi mentioned that, if I'm not mistaken, that when there is a strong wind, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud actually would sit on the ground because he's afraid what? That the wind is what? Even the famous hadith, if you Sunan Abi Dawood, when he went up to get, what do you call that, suwak, and the companion saw how thin his chin was, you know, and the Prophet told them they will be heavier in the scale than the mountain of Uhud. For Dawood was that type. You know, subhanAllah, that's why never, one of the most devastating things that you belittle your enemy. Never do that. And here is Dawood emerges from nowhere, and with, I think it's called the slingshot, with a slingshot, boom. It's like Yasin 105, boom. You know, like that. Wallahi, see, subhanAllah. And it says that it came into his eyes and went back from his, and he fall down just like that. I actually mentioned this in the book, but I don't know in the abridged version or not. That version, man, that's where all the good stuff is there. Subhanallah, Dawood also in the past was that of that type. You know this hadith, I think who shared it with you was Sheikh Ahmed yesterday, or I was listening to that. The hadith about the fitrah. That when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wiped in the back of وَإِذْ أَخَذَ رَبُّكَ مِنْ بَنِي آدَمَ مِنْ ظُهُورِهِمْ ذُرِّيَّتَهُمْ وَأَشْهَدَهُمْ عَلَى أَنفُسِهِمْ. There is a hadith that explains that verse, that Allah wiped on the back of Adam, and He extracted every soul to be born into this world until the day of judgment. For Adam saw one of, you know, they were the size of the ant, أمثال الذر. He saw one of the souls illuminating, shining. So even Dawood, subhanallah, fi alam al-dhar, he was also, he stands out, you know. He said, oh Allah, man hadha ya Rabbi? He said, this is one of your grandchildren. His name is Dawood. And he will be born towards the end of time. Then that thing happened. How long is supposed to live? 60 years. Oh Allah, take 40 from my life and give it to him. I want to donate 40 years to him from my 1,000 years. Beautiful story, yani. But let's go back. Dawood appeared. Dawood became the king. And who inherited? وَوَرِثَ سُلَيْمَانُ. And this is, by the way, a lot of the scholars said that this is the first rising in Surah Al-Isra. وَقَضَى رَبُّكَ وَقَضَيْنَا إِلَى بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ فِي الْكِتَابِ لَتُفْسِدُنَّ فِي الْأَرْضِ مَرَّتَيْنِ وَلَتَعْلُنَّ عُلُوًّا كَبِيرًا. They said this is number one. Because, I mean, what other rising than your king controls the jinn? You know, one of the things that Allah gave to Prophet Sulaiman was what? The control of the jinn. You know what that means? The shayateen are what? Under control. So that means if you have trouble with the shaitan, you would go to Prophet Sulaiman, okay, I'll take care of that for you. Huh? It's like in Ramadan. What is the beautiful thing about Ramadan? Why it's easy in Ramadan to worship? Why? Because shayateen are what? But subhanallah, like they were so righteous and pious under Sulaiman and under Dawood. Imagine, you know, like after Ramadan, the day of Eid, what people do. The shayateen are released, right? The shayateen got released. Now, subhanallah, they divided actually the kingdom. They divided into Yehuda was Samira, which is the one in Nablus and the one in the West Bank. That's why for them, the West Bank, by the way, they are after the West Bank. They are not just after Gaza. They are after the West Bank. So they divided into Judea which is Jerusalem, and Nablus, I think that's the other place, which is in the West Bank, into two kingdoms. And they started actually fighting one another. Not only that, they started worshiping idols. So they went astray again. Allah sent to them a king who came from Babel. What's his name? Nebuchadnezzar. Yeah, isn't that, how do you say it again? Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar. ماشي. Okay. I say the Arabic version and you say the English version. Yeah. I always had a hard time saying his name, quite frankly. I have to admit that. So he actually imprisoned them and took them as prisoners in Babel, in Iraq. And he put them in jail there for years. A love story happened between a Jewish lady, her name is Esther, the daughter of Mordechai, and the Persian king. Always the ikhwa between Persia. Don't get deceived by the Persia, Iran helping. Wallahi, there is a hidden dealing between these guys. They are together. Somehow, the Persian ruler or emperor fall in love with Esther. And that shows you that the first time in history actually how women can influence geopolitics. You know, because he loved her, he given them status, and he brought them back to Jerusalem, and he built so-called their temple again. So they came back under the rule of this Persian king. Good so far? What happened after that? They were attacked. Palestine or the Levant was attacked by Alexander the Macedonian, which I don't like that word, the Great. You know, they call him the Great, but I don't like to say that. But that's the only way to recognize him historically. اللي هو Alexander المقدوني. So he brought now the Greek philosophy into the Jewish theology. That's when, subhanAllah, you have that intellect, philosophy mixing up with the religion. That is when they started actually going astray from the teachings of Musa, the teachings of the prophets and the messengers. And the rabbis became so corrupt because for them the religion became a source of living. And that is when Zechariah made this dua. That was the time of Zechariah, Al-Imran, the mother of Maryam, that the community is corrupt. وَإِنِّي خِفْتُ الْمَوَالِيَ مِنْ وَرَائِي. And that is when Jesus was born. That's the time when Jesus was born. Of course, the moment that they rejected Jesus, peace be upon him, they are no longer Muslims. The few who accepted Jesus as their messenger, their prophet, they are the Muslims. But the majority of them rejected Jesus alayhi salam, disbelieved in him, and they assumed that they conspired with the Romans to crucify him. They believe that, but we don't believe that, right? We do not believe that. But the question here, why did they reject Jesus? Although they were they had revelation, like at the time of Musa they had the revelation of a deliverer. Also they had a revelation of a Messiah, of a king, of a warrior. Why did they reject Jesus? Because Jesus was not a warrior at the time. You know, Jesus came wearing sandals, asking the people to give up this world. And I don't know if this is correct or not. If your enemy slaps you here, that's in the, I don't know if this is, you know, basically let go, forgive. So they said there is no way this can be a king. And part of the influence of the Greek philosophy, which came to them from the Greek, from the Macedonian Alexander business, they developed a corrupt belief which is called Aqidatul Bida', which the Shia have, by the way. The Shia have that Aqidah too. What is Aqidatul Bida'? What does it mean?
that you can force God to change his mind. أعوذ بالله يعني, blasphemous. So they said, God sent to us Jesus. Now he's not meeting our expectation. Now if we kill him, then God is going to have to send another one that we like. They believe that actually. Actually, there is somebody who wrote a book about this called Forcing the Hands of God. I don't know if you ever, just Google that book. It's very interesting. Forcing the hands of God. That's actually what they believe. But when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not send them whom they want, they attempted to revolt against the Romans. And there was a huge revolution. It's called Volca or something. It's written in the book. As a result of this, the Romans kicked them out completely from Jerusalem, from Palestine. Get out here. And that's where Allah reference in the Quran, فَقُلْنَا مِن بَعْدِهِ لِبَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ what? أُسْكُنُوا الْأَرْضَ. Spread in earth. This is what they call in their Jewish history the first diaspora. That's when they were dispersed in earth. Pay attention here. The most knowledgeable of them of the Torah went to Yathrib. Migrated to Yathrib. Why? Because they had a prophecy about a prophet who will come from that place. Now they assume that they're king. Of course, others spread. Some went to Europe, some went to, but the most knowledgeable of them, Bani Nadir, Bani Qaynaqa, Bani Qurayza, and the White House, Khaybar. Always, I like to, it's the same setup, wallah, subhanAllah. Khaybar is like the White House, where they plot everything, they cook everything in the White House, and that goes disseminate to the tribes. You know, to Sisi does his thing, and this, you know, this. Okay, we don't want to get in trouble here. All right. So, with this, they are not entitled anymore to come back to Jerusalem. And by the way, the Jews who follow Judaism, they believe that anyone who is there is against the command of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They are only allowed to come back when the Messiah appears. When their king comes back, the awaited Messiah according to them. And I wrote an entire chapter about the awaited Messiah, according to Muslims, according to Christians, according to Jews. Technically, the Christian and the Jews are waiting for the Antichrist. And the Muslims who are lovers of this world, they will follow the Antichrist, because the Antichrist is going to give them the dunya. Muslims who follow the Sunnah, they will be followers of Isa alayhi salam, who is the true Christ. Now with this, you know, they are no longer entitled to this land. Some of them ended in Europe. I want to jump to the end of the story here. You know, they ended up messing up with Hitler. Hitler didn't like them. They felt guilty. They developed that aqidah that if we bring back Bani Israel, the children of Israel, to Palestine, this is when the Messiah will come back. So the whole Zionist ideology was established, and they ended up back in Jerusalem, in the Levant. Now, I had a whole section about the Islamic custodianship. I think part 3 of the book, if I'm not mistaken. The Islamic custodianship of Sham or Baytul Maqdis. Now, Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, like I mentioned في خطبة الجمعة, if you remember, if you prayed with me, when he was in Mecca, Allah revealed to him Surah Al-Rum, informing him of the 2 existing superpowers, غُلِبَتُ الروم في أدنى الأرض. And later on he was taken on the journey by night to Isra, to Jerusalem. Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam immediately understood from those 2 revelations that this is the place where Islam must go, being the gateway for the universality, اللي هو عالمية الإسلام, the international aspect of the religion, and also to bring peace to that place, because that place has been a bloody place throughout history because of every single power wants that place. Now Islam must go there to bring peace to it. Of course, Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam did not achieve that during his lifetime, but it was achieved by who? Umar. But remember this, and I mentioned this, I wish you can watch the khutbah that I delivered here. It's on YouTube as well. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala destined for the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam to migrate to Yathrib. Yathrib was very similar to Al-Quds, international place. Yathrib was now a collection of, you got Jewish tribes, you got some leftover Christians, you got Arab tribal system, Aus, Khazraj, they were fighting actually, and you got the immigrants coming, Ammar, Suhaib. So the only way for this place to be governed is through a unique system of governance. And that is where the Prophet ﷺ introduced for the first time of history what is called the Charter of Medina, or Mithaq al-Medina, where everyone can live peacefully under the rule of Islam. But no one is allowed to plot against the state of Medina, the state of Islam. Of course, the first violators were the Jews, and that's why they were expelled from there, and the hypocrites and all of that stuff. So, but in any rate, when Umar went to receive the keys of Bayt al-Maqdis, he replicated the Charter of Medina in Al-Quds. I want to tell you something, that when the Christian priests handed over the keys to Bayt al-Maqdis to him, they said, but we have a condition that you must fulfill. No Jew is allowed here. We don't want Jews to come back here. He said, no, I cannot do that. This is a place for everybody. And in some narration, by the way, he went and he brought a family, because the Christians disallowed the Jews to come back to Jerusalem, because they killed many of them. That battle in Surat al-Rum, Ghulibat al-Rum, they killed 70,000 Christians in cold blood, the Jews, because they were with the Persians. They were helping the Persian army. A shahid, or the important thing, that Islam kept dominance over the Levant for 500 years. Why? Because they kept the promise, the purity of the religion. Until, subhanallah, a distorted theology flooded the Muslim world. اللي called the Fatimites, who are Ismaili, Shi'i, Batini, all type. And that's when they went astray from the source of the religion, and that triggered the Crusades. Now the Crusades are not finding the peace of Islam because of these guys. The Fatimite, by the way, they had some guy ruling over Jerusalem. You know what he started imposing on the Christians? That you have to carry one of these huge crosses. It's like in your neck, so we know that you're a Christian. And he imposed upon the Jews, you have to carry a head of a cow. And of course, this is totally against Ahl al-Dhimma. You shouldn't do that to them. And he actually destroyed also Kanis al-Qiyamah. It's called Spacula, something like that. They destroyed Kanis al-Qiyamah. He destroyed their church, the Christian church. So when the Christians in Europe saw that Muslims are not showing peace, and that shows you that distorted theology in Islam leads to that corruption. So they came and attacked Sham, the first crusade. They occupied Jerusalem. They took Jerusalem away. The year 1099, right? Right? 1099. Who liberated Jerusalem? Salahuddin. That's where Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, a Kurdish. Always, that place, you're always non-Arab doing that. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi was not they speak Arabic, but he was not Palestinian. But here is the thing that we don't mention, ya ikhwa. A lot of us, when we talk about Salahuddin, we get so impressed and fascinated by his warfare. But we don't say that he spent 18 years cleansing, purifying the source of the religion, correcting the aqidah again of the people. He actually spent 18 years removing all this bad theology from the ummah, bringing people back to the Salaf. And a lot of people, by the way, they always go after Salahuddin and say he was Ash'ari. Come on, man. I mean, he was not a scholar. Salahuddin was a warrior. But the people who put in charge was to clear up the distorted, miscrewed theology that the Fatimite instilled in the Muslim world. All the bid'ah, by the way, all the innovations that Muslims have now, it originates from Safawin, from that time. All the bid'ah, al-mawlid, all that stuff, al-mawlid that the Muslims are following, all that stuff is from there, from that time. From that time. Let me just finish, then we'll take some questions. Okay? So now, with Salahuddin restoring, they still kept trying, but they failed. The Uthmaniyin took over, the Ottoman Khilafah took over Jerusalem. But subhanallah, with the fall of the Ottoman Khilafah, the entire Islamic system collapsed. And now they were given, according to Sykes-Picot, that crazy treaty. They distributed the Muslim world amongst themselves. That primary was England, France, Russia, and I think Netherlands also was like a key player, and Portugal, some of these countries. They distributed the Muslim world amongst themselves. The Palestine area, including Jerusalem, came under the domain of the Brits. Now, with the Brits, they, they developed this chosen people, chosen land, people without a land for people without land. That's a big lie. This is the chosen people of God. They have to be in the chosen land. They love that. They really wanted to get rid of them, quite frankly. Balfour, the one who issued this declaration, he was anti-Semitic number one. He hated the Jews. He didn't want them there in England. He just wanted to get rid of them. Of course, the one who really came and did it, of course, we don't agree with that. Who burned them? Who? Hitler. He did it, yeah. He was a hater of Jews as well. Now, this kind of came and, made the idea mature that let's take them back to Jerusalem to make up for the burning them and killing them. So they brought them back to Palestine, and they started coming in delegations and coming and attacking and killing. Some of them used tactic buying land, some others came until they gradually took over the land. Subhanallah, ya ikhwah, initially Zionism was a secular Zionism. When Zionism, like Theodor Herzl, he was not even a Jew. He was not a practicing Jew, by the way. I wrote that in the book. He was an atheist himself. And by the way, for him, his goal or his ambition was to establish a land for the Jews. And one of the prospects was Argentina. They were actually considering Argentina. And another prospect is Angola. Do you guys know where Angola is? Angola, West Africa, and the very south. So for them, Palestine was, we just want the land for us. But you got the Protestant. A Protestant is a denomination of Christianity in the 17th century who split from the Catholic Church. They developed that concept that for us to bring the Messiah back, we have to send them to Palestine, the promised land. The Christian Zionists. So that the Zionism started with Christian Zionists. Balfour liked this idea. They loved it. Now, subhanallah, so initially, It was a secular Zionism. And that's why they agreed to the two-state solution. They said, you know what, let's split the land. Some for the Palestinians, some for what? But 50 years ago, who took control of the Jewish state politics? The religious Zionism. The people who believe this land is ours, all of it. And we have to expel everyone out. That's why they don't like the two-state solution anymore. They don't like it. They want what? That's why, by the way, they just want to drive everybody out. Whether West Bank, whether Gaza, and that was the agenda of Netanyahu, is to drive the people of Gaza outside so that they empty the land. Because they got a problem with the Palestinians. The Palestinians produce, mashallah alayhum yani. The population, they can't beat them up. Actually, what they have, that's why I like this guy. He's a Jewish, scholar, Norman Frankenstein. Yeah, I like him using this mow the lawn. Every 5-6 years they have to come and something called mow the lawn. You know what mow the lawn is? We gotta kill some Palestinians because their numbers are what? So we gotta kill some of them. But now they don't want to mow the lawn. They want to do what? They want to just kill all the grass. Ethnic cleansing, that's what they call it. But subhanAllah, didn't work because of ribat Ahl Gaza. Wallah, has it been for the ribat, the whole thing scheming. The whole scheming would have worked. And America is complicit in this. I want to tell you, Mr. Biden. I like you, Mr. Biden. But this is wrong. الشاهد, or the important thing now, يا إخوة, there is no way. Wallahi, إخوة, and I always like this. You know that verse, سَنُرِيهِمْ آيَاتِنَا فِي الْآفَاقِ. We're going to show them our ayat. There is no way for peace to come back to this part of the world except the Charter of Medina, which Umar replicated and Salah ad-Din brought back and the Uthmaniyin enhanced. There is no place. That's why we as Muslims, we want to bring peace back to this part of the world. And that's the conclusion. That's the what you call the, when you write a book, they tell you have to come up with something called climax. Like تعمل عقدة كده في الآخر, هو ده الحل. This is the solution. The solutions for the Muslim Ummah to rise again, to bring peace into this part of the world, not to eradicate Jews from there, no. Or Christians from there, no. Everybody has the right to live there. Everybody has the right to live there, but equal, not apartheid. You see, right now, if you're living in the Jewish state, they implement what they call the apartheid regime, like they used to have with South Africa. That's why South Africa, by the way, was the country that this is what we fought against. That's what we fought against. This is really the idea behind the book. I'd love for you to read this book. Ya ikhwa, wallahi, very dear to me. I wrote other books, but this particular book is really very dear to me. I hope I was able to make it simple. Let's take some questions. Yes.
I know a lot of people in America, they support like Hamas and stuff like that. What is it?
No, Hamas is a terrorist organization. Hamas, according to America, is a terrorist organization. We don't support them. We support the people of Palestine.
But if they also make excuses like, Palestinians are in those groups.
Hamas, listen to me. Hamas is a terrorist organization. All right, that's it. We leave it at that. Be smart. Yes.
Shay, what's your opinion about those people that say that what's happening against Palestinian people in Gaza is because those people have abandoned Tawheed? I disagree with you.
يا راجل توحيد والله العظيم أقسم برب العالمين. The people of Gaza, يعني سبحان ربي, they were in these tents. They started their Quran classes again, and they graduated people, حفاظ. يا راجل, these are مرجفين. These are slaves to the rulers, to the Sunni rulers. Yeah. Just ignore these guys. Ignore these guys, man. Ignore them. Wallahi, these brothers, they revive things in the ummah. We thought it's dead, man. يا راجل واحد بيشعر بكرامة الآن تاني مرة ثانية. feel dignity again يا راجل. dignified يا راجل. يا راجل والله when I come across somebody emailing me or sending me that stuff, I block them right away. Because I in my khutbah since that speak about it. So they say, why you, I say, I block those people, man. It's like, this is مرجفين. Those are مرجفين في الأرض. Like one of them said, يا أبا عبيد علمهم التوحيد يا أبا عبيد.
So they say that Saadi Ayyubi was
Ash'ari.
advocate for like Aqidah. So
يا أخي, he was not a scholar. Salah ad-Din al-Ayyubi was not a scholar. He was a warrior. But now see who are the people who put in charge to cleanse the theology of the Ummah. They brought back Manhaj al-Salaf. Look at the people around him. But I can't judge Salahuddin, he's not a scholar of religious. He's not a religious scholar. He never claimed that. And I have no evidence. Do you have one single evidence that he was Ash'ari? Do you have a statement from him where he for example, يعني مثل أو يعني did negation to the attributes of Allah? We have no evidence. So why do you rule that? But I have indication that he wanted to restore the methodology of the Salaf in the Ummah after the Ummah was flooded with the corrupt theology of the Batini Ismaili Shi'i sect. That's an evidence for me. But I can't say that. It's not fair to him to say that. Yes, brother.
Over Sham because the economist is going to fight Christians and Sham to take the back. So are the Jews going to do that? So we give it to the Christians and then Islam?
In my opinion, I wrote about the future. I started from the last section of the book about from Surah Al-Isra on what will happen. A lot of Muslims are under the impression that the Muslims will regain control of Palestine when Al-Mahdi and Jesus. That's not right. Actually, they will gain control of Palestine before Al-Mahdi and before the second coming of Jesus. That's why I always believe that this international pressure, which is on the Jews now, let's use Zionists, like Dr. Zakir mentioned yesterday. I like that, But although I'm not saying that, the Jews, then I say they are Muslims, right? They are kuffar bardu. Be careful too. Because sometimes when you try to say that the Jews are not Zionists, as if you're condoning they are not Muslims, right? Assalamu alaikum. They are not Muslims still, right? Even though they protest with us, they stand with us, yes, but Jazakar, thank you very much, but انت كافر برضو, مش Muslim. I have to be very careful with that too, yeah. So, that's my interpretation, which could be wrong. أنا أتأول هذه الآية ليسوءوا وجوهكم. ده اللي حصل. This is the second time. Because the second rise, remember I said their first rise was both Dawood and Sulaiman, and the corruption was Dawood and Sulaiman. Their second rise is this one. And they are doing the corruption. The ethnic cleansing. They are doing this right now. So here it is. فَإِذَا جَاءَ وَعْدُ الْآخِرَةِ لِيَسُوءُوا وُجُوهَكُمْ. If you want to look at this, look at the face of Netanyahu now. It's getting smaller and smaller and black and blackened. Netanyahu, Allah, just look at his face. Look at his face before the 7th October and now. You could see it in his face. Here it is. وَلِيَدْخُلُوا الْمَسْجِدَ كَمَا دَخَلُوهُ أَوَّلَ مَرَّةٍ. How did we enter the masjid the first time? How? Keys were handed. But because of the pressure, Khalid did his work around. I believe this time, this international pressure will lead to that. I truly believe that, but that could be wrong. That's my read. وَلِيُتَبِّرُوا مَا عَلَوْا تَتْبِيرًا. And to break down or take over what you have built. And subhanAllah, ikhwa, when, you know, a lot of you may feel sad when they hear that they are building settlements, building houses, because I believe all these houses are going to be for the Palestinians, inshallah. They are building it, but the Palestinians are going to dwell in it soon, inshallah, bi'idhnillah. فالشاهد, the important thing is there will be a regain of Palestine before that time. Because, why? Because when the Prophet ﷺ spoke about the Antichrist, he said the Antichrist will be followed by 70,000 Jews who will originate from where? No, say the country. Iran. Asfahan. Because they will be promised, like the king who loved Easter. Remember, the same thing is going to be repeated again to bring them back. But they're going to be waiting for the Antichrist. The Antichrist is going to be the one who's going to bring them back, and that's where Al-Mahdi is going to be there. You got that? But technically, Christians are living there. There are Christians, Arabs living there. Nobody told them to leave. There are Jews who are living there too, before the apartheid regime. You understand? But there will be a liberation of that event before the coming of, or the second coming of Isa and Al-Mahdi and Armageddon and all that stuff. Yes, brother.
Yes. How about the scholars who mentioned will be
Yeah, that's the hadith. Yeah, they are.
would you say they're currently narrow?
In my, if you want my judgment, these are the victorious group. Associate what?
Some people associate them with Hamas.
Hamas is a terrorist organization, brother. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Yes. They are there, inshallah. Yes.
Besides from the Quran and Sunnah, what are the other?
If I still keep getting that question, I'm going to doubt now you're serving the FBI, my brother. Yes.
Aside from the Quran and Sunnah, what are the other sources of acceptable? What are the other acceptable sources of history?
Really, when it comes to this particular place, I wouldn't read any history book except from that. That's why, alhamdulillah, the book that I wrote, it's all Quran and Sunnah. But there are certain times which the Quran and Sunnah doesn't fill in. And that's where, alhamdulillah, I took them to Middle East historians in different universities, one of them in Colombia, actually, who actually validated this for me. Yeah, like for example, their return from, how they returned from Persia. You know, after they were enslaved in Babylon. We don't have any record of that, Islamic record. You know, so you have to go into these historic narratives to fill this out. Yeah. Yes.
So one of the things that were confusing for me is that after what happened in Gaza, you'll see some people making fundraisers to help get people out of Gaza. On one hand, you want these brothers to be saved.
I wouldn't, yeah, a lot of people, I don't like that, you know.
I chose not to donate stuff like that because that goes that agenda.
You see, there are two things here which I think we should pay attention to. And unfortunately, myself, I used to believe that. They somehow instilled in the minds of Muslims, especially Muslims who are living in the Sunni world, don't go to Jerusalem because it's under the occupation. And when you go there, as if you are condoning it, and that's wrong. That's absolutely wrong, because the Prophet ﷺ said that 3 places on the face of this earth you're supposed to go to. Can you imagine if the Muslim world fulfill the command of the Prophet like they do with Mecca, they do with the Masjid al-Aqsa? The same hadith says that 3 places on earth you have to travel to, you should travel to pray there, because you're going to receive more reward, you're going to receive a blessing. Al-Masjid al-Haram, Al-Masjid al-Nabawi, Al-Masjid al-Aqsa. So imagine now, you see, when they spread this culture in the Sunni world, that don't go there because if you go there, you're endorsing their occupation of the Palestinian land. Now, the Zionists يعني استفردوا مش عارف الكلمة ايه كده with the Palestinians. استفردوا على. But imagine if Muslims come from America, if Muslims come from Pakistan, if Muslims come from Malaysia to perform Hajj, they would what? They got their guy bin Gafir going to Al-Masjid Al-Aqsa the other day. Imagine if you have number of Muslims, from all over the world there, make it an international area. So that's the first corrupt approach. The second one, recently, when people are trying to help out people out of Gaza, I know that they are suffering. I know there are brothers who maybe they have to go, and I think that because of their health reasons and medical reasons. But you shouldn't help people flee, because you should help them stay there, because that's the dream of the Zionists, to free this land from the people. They want to make it people without land, for people with land, whatever they said. Okay, the brother in the back. Salam wa rahmatullahi.
I got two questions. One of them, the protests that we do for free Palestine, are they like actually helping us achieve something?
Say.
You know the protests that we do, right, for the free Palestine?
Okay.
Are they actually helping us achieve something?
Absolutely.
And second question, what's your opinion on, like the women that go to the protest? Is it permissible for them to go, or?
It's, they could go, but sisters should be in a different area. They shouldn't be like mixing with one another. And they should observe the dress code. And when it's time to pray, they must pray. But protest is a form of enjoining good and forbidding evil. I have a video on where I detail this. Yeah. Like I mentioned, like in Egypt, for example, they convinced us, if you go to Palestine, if you go to Masjid Al-Aqsa, that means you're endorsing the occupation. And we didn't understand that was a scheme, actually.
It's a hard fortune to be present in Al-Aqsa, and you see people who are quote-unquote Syrians who were oppressed by Assad regime, and by Allah's wisdom and their destiny to migrate or leave their homelands and be scattered all over Europe or America, and they carry a different citizen now other than the Syrian citizen. You will see a Syrian US citizen, you will see Malaysian US citizen, you might see Indian or Pakistani British citizen who are present on the land of Al-Aqsa. And Wallahi al-Azim, it's a hard function to see Muslims migrated to Al-Aqsa, or, make it.
That's how you're going to make it difficult for them. You guys are supposed to have their lunch, right?
To show support of
Yeah, inshallah. It will happen, inshallah. You're supposed to have your lunch, no? Deliver lunch? All right. Go ahead. Yes. Assalamu alaikum. I'm sorry, can I didn't really hear anything.
When the Masjid fights the Christians in the Sham and 1/3 of the Muslims are flee.
The brother is referring to Hadith Abi Hurairah and Hadith Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiyallahu anhu, that the Hadith begins with the peace which the Christian world or the West will have with the Sunni world. And they will fight a mutual enemy. A mutual enemy. Now, China, Russia, whatever it is, Allah knows best, and they will conquer. Then the Christians will claim that they defeated that mutual enemy because of the cross. انتصر الصليب. And a jealous Muslim who is upon Tawheed will kill that person. And that will cause the Armageddon, which the West refers to. We don't have that name in the Sunnah, by the way. I mentioned that in the book carefully. The Rasul ﷺ described this battle to be fierce killing or super killing or مقتلة عظيمة. أو الملحمة. That's the word, الملحمة. Right? Now, Imam Muhammad ibn Abdullah al-Mahdi, Imam Muhammad ibn Abdullah al-Mahdi will, after this encounter between the Muslim and the Christian, that religious war will happen between the Muslim world and the Christian world, which is the battle of Al-Malhama, or Armageddon, they refer to it. The Prophet mentioned that they will gather under 20 flags. Each flag will have 12,000 fighters, almost 1 million. Brothers standing outside, brothers, can you please take the conversation upstairs, please? So they will come under 20 flags. Each flag will have 12,000. Anybody can do the math? 80 flags, yes? 20,000. I messed it up. Yeah, 80, 12, yes. 906, 900, 1 million, but 400. Yes. Now, who will fight them? Imam Muhammad ibn Abdullah al-Mahdi. And that shows you that the event will be under the domain of the Muslims. It will not be a Jewish. Now, because of the number of people they have, the Muslim army will be few. So their job is to deter them, stop them from advancing until they get help from the rest of the Muslim world. Now, the hadith, or the Prophet divided the Muslim army into three categories. 1/3 who will apostate. When they see the numbers of the Christian army, they say, no, they're going to join them actually. And this is where the Prophet said that Allah will never accept them back, because they will not repent, basically. They were not going to say Shahada again. And there is another 1/3 who will become martyrs. They will fight to stop them 3 days. If you look at the hadith, 3 days in a row. And the other 1/3 who will stay with Al-Mahdi until the rest happens, and then they will defeat. Got it? Beautiful hadith, by the way. I detailed this in the book. Yes, yes, brother.
When Mahdi comes to power, other Muslims will try to fight him.
Yeah, he's going to actually have an army who will come from Iraq. In some wording, he will come from Syria. But subhanallah, this is actually the sign that this is the true Mahdi. Because throughout history, you got people who claim Mahdawiyya. Because it's nice, I'm al-Mahdi, I'm a leader. People like that, So this army, earth will swallow it. Earth will open and they will sink in earth. That army is a Muslim army, supposedly, coming, in my opinion, the Shia. It's coming from Iran. Yeah.
So there's like a hadith about it, like all the people don't go to Jahannam, right? Because
Yeah, some of them, yes. Yeah, the wife of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked, I believe it was Zainab, Zainab, I believe, or one of them, maybe I forgot. She will say, Ya Rasulullah, not all of them are there. قال يموتون موتة واحدة ويبعثون على نياتهم. They will die the same way, but they will be raised up according to their intention. Because some of them were not there for fighting, or some of them were deceived or something. Yes.
According to history, like Amir al-Mu'mineen, Umar ibn Khattab, he focused Jerusalem, and after him, Salah ad-Din Ayyubi rahimahullah. And obviously Shia in our time, they hate those two people. It's true. And what is the stance of the Shia now in Iran around supporting our Muslims, oppressed brothers in Gaza? It's kind of confusing for us. Could you clarify that for us, Dr. Mafia?
Well, Shia are Shia. They are distorted theology. You know, they are devious sect in Islam, but they vary. But what is the position? Here is the thing. What is the position of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah regarding the Shia? What is their position regarding the Shia? I'll answer that. We don't label them kuffar. We don't say that they are kafirs. But we're talking about the layman, the simple Shi'i guy. لا نكفر احنا عوام الشيعة, by the way. They are Muslims. The layman. The layman. But their ayatollah, their scholars, yes, they are kuffar because they know, according to us, yani. Because you have to give them da'wah. Now, when it comes to their support of, you really have to ask yourself this question. What alternative the people of Gaza have? Hamas is a terrorist organization. We're done with that. But I'm talking about the people of Gaza. You tell me, all the Sunni world, by the way, with no exception, are plotting. Because if this resistance succeed, that means it will finish up their business. They know it. So what other choice you have? If I'm a Muslim fighting a non-Muslim, and there is a non-Muslim who can help me in this fight, a non-Muslim, not someone that I call a Muslim until I give him da'wah, would I accept that from him or no? Likewise, show them option, give them option. Ya akhi, they are sleeping with the Zionists, the Sunni leaders, sleeping with them, working out with them under doors. And let's keep it at that. But they have no option.
Why the Shia? What is the advantage
Quite frankly, I haven't digested that. Because,
without respect, do you think it may lead to their awakening men?
yes,
So they force their
yes.
send their forces there.
I was gonna actually head that way. Yeah, because they also believe in that awaited imam thing. You see, they are also driven by this distorted theology. You see, the entire world right now is driven by truth and falsehood. That's why we call the book what? Arena of what? Because they will collide at the end. The Antichrist and the Christ will come together. Who will kill who? Now, the Shia, for them, their imam is hiding. And again, the Antichrist is hiding. If you read Hadith Tamim al-Dari carefully, he's hiding somewhere. So they want this to unfold again. Okay, guys, you gotta have your lunch. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam wa rahmatullahi.
I actually have two quick questions. One, you were mentioning the importance of visiting Masjid al-Aqsa. That's somewhere that I've always wanted to visit, but especially recently with everything going on, do you think it's safe at all to visit Masjid al-Aqsa right now?
يعني maybe wait a little bit. يعني wait a little bit until things cool down, but we should go. Quite frankly, I'm the first one, inshallah, when I have a chance, I will go.
The other question was, it was something I thought of. I was curious when you were mentioning earlier when Beni Israel, they worship the cow. I was wondering if there's any like correlation or connection of, we know how the Hindus, they like,
Yeah, there is. There is. There is a hidden link.
it's like the link because they see that the Jews worship the cow at some point, or is it because of their mutual hatred of Islam? Was there?
There is a link, but I don't know. I don't know which one, but there is a link. The cow, the Hindu's cow, and the Jewish cow. There is a link, but I don't know what it is. Yeah. Yes.
Now, who was the prophet that received the revelation for Talut becoming?
I wrote in the book Samuel. I wrote in the book Samuel, but we don't have a reference in the Sunnah to validate that. So I utilize the Christian, the biblical sources of this. But they say it was Samuel. Because the hadith, the Quran doesn't say what's his name. ألم تر إلى الملأ من بني إسرائيل من بعد موسى إذ قالوا لنبي له. نعم. حبيبي.
موضوع المقاطعة يعني إن شاء الله سايرين هذا الطريق.
يا
لكن نفس الوقت حضرتك تشجعنا نروح كلنا عندنا اشتياق
100%. No problem. This one, yes. I think if they see more Muslims, international Muslims there, it will deter them. That they are not only dealing with the local Palestinians, they have to deal with us too. No. Yes. They don't want you want me to stop, but they don't want me to stop.
We can have a Q&A session later.
Can you come and do something? Don't just do like that. Come on, step up.
Give like a security.
Come on, enjoy good and forbid evil. Come on, man, stand up. Yeah.
All right, so inshallah, we'll if we can stop here. Inshallah,
All right.
we'll take a break.
There you go. That's how you do it.
Inshallah,
Not,
jazakallah khairan.
All right. Salaam alaikum.
in a short amount of time, and the second half converted right at the Hijrah itself. Next slide, please. Oh, go back, please. Can we go back? Okay. All right. Next slide, please. Okay, so subhanAllah, Unais al-Ghifari, you got to know something about him. Unais, he was a poet. Okay, and not only was he a poet, he was a next level poet. They used to have this thing called munafara back in the day. And munafara is when you challenge someone basically in your lineage, in your merits. You'll say, hey, by the way, I'm from this family, and we did this and this, and we're known for being generous, and we have the fastest camels, they do stuff like that. And you'd have the other party doing the same thing. And what they would do is, they would make a bet. This is munafara, the term is munafara. And whoever wins the bet gets whatever number of camels that the other side has. Let's say 40 camels, you put it in front of you, or not in front of you, but you place the bet on 40 camels, you win, you get 80 camels, right? So that's what Unais used to do, and he just won a munafara. The hadith starts off with him winning a munafara. And it's either said in prose, but rhythmic prose. Yeah? You guys can think of any other examples of rhythmic prose? Say what? One more time? Hip hop. Okay. Well, does hip hop fall under poetry or prose? Okay. So the Quran is actually rhythmic prose. It's a misconception. A lot of people think that the Quran is poetry or between two things, but no, it's actually rhythmic prose. And all literature, at least in Arabic, falls under either poetry and prose. So that's the first point. And they would go to a soothsayer, or they would go to someone who is known to be a critic of poetry. And they'd go to that person and they would say, please judge between us who is better between me and this person. And the judge, soothsayer sometimes, he would say, this person is better, give him your camels, and that's it. Sometimes, of course, it would lead to wars, right? Naturally. But that's how it was. So Unais was an accomplished munafir, and he was successful at what he did. And he was a very competitive person. Now, he had some work to do in Mecca, and at that time, he tells Abu Dhar, I'm going to go into Mecca, I have some stuff to do. He goes into Mecca, he hears the Prophet, peace be upon him, he hears the Quran, and this is what he says. He goes back to Abu Dhar, and he says, they say that he's a poet, or a soothsayer, or a magician. And I have heard the words of soothsayers, but his words aren't like theirs. I also compared his words to the type of poetry, but nobody can say that it is poetry. By Allah, he is truthful and they are liars. Yeah, this is interesting because he's a competitive guy. What you'd expect from Unais is to say, okay, he's claiming to be a prophet and he's come up with this rhythmic prose. I'm going to do the same thing. And I'm going to defeat him, and then I get to be a prophet or something. But no, he just says, this guy looks like he's truthful. And he can tell because he's someone who is of high level and a critic of poetry. Next slide, please. And yeah, of course, you cannot compare it to the speech of soothsayers because the speech of soothsayers isn't even eloquent. The speech of magicians, they're not really known for rhythmic prose or anything like that. And of course, obviously, the Quran cannot be compared to poetry in the sense of eloquence. So the question that comes up next is eloquence objective or subjective? What do you guys think? Let's see hands for objective. Is eloquence objective or subjective? How many people say objective? How many people say subjective? MashaAllah, 50-50 split. So the correct answer based on Unais himself, is it subjective? Objective. If it wasn't objective, then why would he convert to Islam? If it wasn't objective, how can one say that the Quran is superior to any form of literature? It has to be an objective thing. And by the way, they saw this also applies to poetry. The classical critics of poetry, they would say this is good and this is bad. And of course we know this, yani. Even in taste, even when it comes to films. Imagine like if everything was like completely subjective, yeah? Would there be a best film? Or would it be, I like this? That's subjectivity, right? But la, there is best film. Best film because it has the best dialogue. Had really good acting, best acting, maybe. It had good blocking. It had good, what else? Screenplay, right? It had great music. Music's haram. But it had great music. So, therefore, even today, even in this postmodern world where everyone's saying everything's subjective, we kind of really do know that there is some objective criteria to things. And back then, yes, there is objectivity and they believed in this, and that's why they said this is great, and this is good, and this is bad, and this is better than this one, and they treated this like a science. And that's why you had people convert to Islam, man. People are accepting an afterlife. People are switching from polytheism to monotheism. People are saying, my father is in hell. My uncle is in hell. Because they heard words that they could not compete with. And they sincerely believe that this is from a higher power. How do we prove the Quran's superiority? There's two ways. One is testimony and one is experiencing the Quran. Testimony is by what I just said. It's the critics themselves, the top scholars of eloquence saying this is something that cannot be matched. When the top guys say this, we say, okay. We don't have to feel it ourselves. If the top guys say it, we accept it. And this applies to any field. When the experts agree to something, that's it. You don't have to experience it yourself. Even if you didn't watch the movie, you know it's the best film. They said it's the best film. Experiencing the Quran, that's the other way. Now this is something, of course, that takes a lot of work because you got to study this stuff. You got to learn Dalal al-I'jaz. You got to see the application in Kitab al-Kashaf by Zamakhshari. And there are works that are written by classical scholars that teach you about eloquence and how to apply it, and how to look into it, and how to judge it for yourself. Next slide, please. So yeah, once again, the whole society changed from polytheistic to monotheistic in a very short amount of time. In a couple of years, a few years. The Bedouins, they became city dwellers. These Ghifar, they're living in the deserts, yani. They shifted, they became city dwellers. They used to raid. Now it's haram to raid. We can't raid people anymore. They didn't used to observe sacred months. Now they observe sacred months. And the whole tribe converted to Islam. Not only them, but their sister tribe, or not sister tribe, their allies, the tribe of Aslam, also converted to Islam. Ajib, huh? It's just from listening to these words. SubhanAllah. Next slide, please. Oh, Al-Aws al-Khazraj. SubhanAllah. There's so much to say about this. The more you get into the history of Medina, the more you appreciate the conversion of the Aws and the Khazraj. For about 150 years, they fought one another. 150 years, these two tribes. By the way, they're like related. Al-Aws al-Khazraj, they're brothers. They were in Yemen. They moved to this area of Yathrib. It initially started with Malik bin Ajlan fighting a tribe of Jews, or bringing in bringing in Arab armies from the north in the Sham, bringing them towards Yathrib and killing some of the Jews there. And then they became the strongest power win for the Khazraj. You got the Battle of Sumayr. You got the war of 𝙀𝙢𝙖𝙞𝙡 bin Amr, the war of 𝙀𝙢𝙖𝙖𝙞𝙀, in which the Khazraj win, and the war of 𝙀𝙀. And I would love to go into the details. Let me just share one. I just want to give you an idea of how silly the wars are. Okay? 𝙀𝙀𝙖𝙀𝙀 bin Amr, I believe, he was a guest. No, he wasn't a guest, excuse me. 𝙀𝙀𝙀 bin Amr was from the Khazraj, if I recall correctly. And he had a guest. His guest, I'm sorry guys, it's 𝙀𝙀𝙀, I'm confusing battles. 𝙀𝙀𝙀 was from the Khazraj. He has a guest. His guest visits him, stays at his place, is enjoying the hospitality. One day, he's in the marketplace. Someone from the opposing tribe, he wants to humiliate the host. He doesn't want to humiliate the guest, but he wants to humiliate the host. So he wants to mess with the guest in order to humiliate the host. So he grabs a Jewish friend of his and he says to him, I will give you my cloak if you spank this guy in the middle of the marketplace. Literally spank him. Okay? I know it's weird. So he goes up to, his Jewish friend, I love how the report starts off. He doesn't go spank the guy and then take the cloak. La, he takes the cloak. Khalas, it's as good as done. He goes up to him, spanks him in the middle of the marketplace. It was so loud the whole marketplace heard. And the guy, the guest, he started shouting in the streets, saying, Ya 𝙀𝙀𝙀, I have been humiliated, Ya 𝙀𝙀𝙀. And 𝙀𝙀𝙀 comes running. And he's like, who humiliated you? That guy. 𝙀𝙀𝙀 kills the guy on the spot. And naturally, this leads to a war. These wars, by the way, like Battle of Sumayr or the War of Sumayr, is 20 years. These little things, they cause years and decades of warfare. So there's so much bad blood between Al-Aws and Khazraj that it seemed like there's absolutely no way of solving the issues between the two tribes. But subhanAllah, they converted to Islam and they made peace. What specifically happened? Why did these two warring tribes convert to Islam and make peace with one another? Next slide, please. So remember, Medina is split. Yathrib is split into two categories. Al-Aws al-Khazraj on one side, or excuse me, Al-Aws al-Khazraj, and then you have the three Jewish tribes. Banu Nadir and Banu Qurayza, they were with the Aws, they were allied with the Aws. And it seemed like, Wallahu a'lam, that all the Jews hated the Khazraj, because the Khazraj were the initial aggressors against the Jews. And the Jews, they would continuously threaten the Khazraj and tell them that there's a prophet, he's going to come, and they're making dua for this prophet to come, and when he comes, we're going to wipe you out. It's ajib. Next slide, please. So and this is confirmed in the Quran. We have in Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 89, that the Jews were telling this to the Arabs, they were telling this to the Khazraj. And you have second generation scholars like Ata, Abu-Aliya, Qatada, they all confirm that the Jews were threatening the Arabs about a prophet that will soon appear. Next slide, please. More confirmation. By the way, folks, because I have to bring sources. I have to quote this stuff for you guys. I have to tell you. When I make these claims, I don't want you to just accept it. And I see people quoting narrations. No one's calling them out. You got to call me out if I quote a narration. All right? Ibn Hisham quotes Salama ibn Salama that a Jew came to the sons of Abd al-Ashhal and said, a prophet is coming from there, from over there. Asim bin Umar bin Qatada confirms from his relatives from the Khazraj, or excuse me, yeah, actually he is quoting from the Khazraj, that, O people, by Allah, this is the prophet that the Jews were threatening you with, subhanallah. When the Khazraj met with the Prophet, peace be upon him, and they sat down with him, and they heard what he had to say, and they heard the Quran, they said, this is the Jews, they were telling us that he's going to join them. And then they said, don't let them beat you to him. Let's accept him first, before the Jews accept him. Next slide, please. Aywa, so one strange thought, one question that comes to mind is, how did they know? How did the Jews know that Muhammad, peace be upon him, is coming in the first place? From their book, but where specifically? That's it. Who told you?
Isaiah 42.
That's correct. So we have in Isaiah 42 multiple verses about the people rejoicing, and about something about a new song. I had this idea that at this place, at the people of Kedar, it's referring to the Arabs, and let the people of Selah sing for joy. Selah, the Jabal al-Sal' in Yathrib. Still exists today. You can go to Jabal al-Sal', of course. Yeah? And it's Arabized, of course. Selah, Sal', it's Arabized. But please, next slide. We have the significance of a Sal'. The Jews, they used to bury their dead in a Sal'. If you notice in the image in the bottom right corner, these are the places that they lived in. They lived towards the south of Medina, and the Sal', as you can see, is like right in the middle. They used to bury their dead over there, which is strange. It's a bit far away. I think it's about 2 hours away. Like, why wouldn't they bury their dead closer? So it was a place that was known to be a significant place for them. And this was during the time of Uthman. We have a report, and we have this report even like about 100 years later. This was known to be the grave of the Jews. And Tabari narrates these reports. Please carry on. Have you guys come across this before? The assumption of Moses? So now we've established place, but how did they know when this prophet was supposed to come? So this prophecy, it's printed in multiple prints, multiple editions, the assumption of Moses, very accessible online. And it speaks of the Lord coming, or rather a representative of the Lord coming. And this will be at CCL, meaning 250. A very simple calculation. CCL, Roman numerals for 250. The word times, that he will come in 250 times. Times here refers to something called the year week, meaning 7 years. Simple math. 250 by 7 is 1,750 years. If you add on to that, oh, by the way, this is referring to the time after Musa alayhi salam. So in the report, in the prophecy, Musa alayhi salam is speaking about a prophet that's going to come at the end of times. If you add 40 years around that time, which is the amount of time that Musa alayhi salam is in the desert, and you calculate this is BC. Now we don't know when Musa alayhi salam passed away, right? We got no idea. But the most common view is that Ramses II is the Pharaoh of Moses. According to what we know about his death, which is 213 BC, if you add the 40 years of Musa being in the desert, and you add the number in the prophecy, 1,750, it comes out at 577 after, or CE in the Common Era, which is around the time of Rasulullah. So it's due to that they had an idea of the time, and due to that they had an idea of the place. Now, am I certain that these are the reasons that they would warn the Khazraj, or they would tell the Khazraj a prophet's going to come soon? We can only speculate. But again here, as you can see, there is evidence in a classical, it's a non-canonical text. I'm not saying it's a canonical text. However, even like the book of Jude quotes the assumption of Moses, so it does have some weight. Next, please. And this is an interesting one because Rasulullah had no idea about the Jews warning the Khazraj. He had no idea that they were expecting a prophet. Because someone can say, yeah, he claimed to be a prophet because the Jews were threatening the Khazraj, they mentioned the prophet coming. But the prophet, peace be upon him, spent about 13 years in Mecca. And he went to different places in order, he went to Ta'if in order to convert them to Islam. Why didn't he go to Yathrib? Why didn't he go directly to Medina? We have this narration, Sahih Bukhari, in which he says he has a dream, and in the dream he thinks that he's going to Yamama, but instead he realizes later on the prophecy, or excuse me, not the prophecy, but his dream is fulfilled when he goes to Yathrib. Next slide, please. So what are the results, ya jama'ah? Folks, what are the results? You have the conversion of two tribes that fought for 150 years. Man, it was crazy. It was crazy. It got so bad that, like initially, when they went to war, and when you have a group that's winning, the other tribe would hide in their houses. And the first group, the winning group, they'd stop. Okay, you guys are hiding in your houses? Okay, we're not gonna fight anymore. You guys go into your neighborhoods? Okay, we're done. It got so bad, slightly before Islam, the intention was to obliterate, annihilate every single person from the opposing tribe. It got worse. Rasulullah ﷺ created peace between both tribes. What did they do? They have appointed him the leader. Imagine, you got Aus, the Khazraj, you got the Jews here. It's a complete mess of a situation. And they put an outsider as their leader. Subhanallah. This is the creation of the first Islamic nation. And the Jewish tribes themselves, they rejected, subhanAllah. Even though they were telling the Khazraj that a prophet's about to come, and then they rejected him. However, we have some scholars like Abdullah bin Salam and Mukhayriq, they convert to Islam. And we have Abdullah bin Salam, by the way, quoting Isaiah 42. When he's asked about Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his description, he quotes Isaiah 42. Next, please. Oh. And this is the final one, inshallah, folks. About to end this. I hope you guys are enjoying this one. Barakallahu fikum. The masses, the conversion of the masses, غُلِبَتِ الرُّوم. The Romans were defeated. And in the nearby land, and after their defeat, in a few years, they'll be victorious. طيب. Next slide. You cannot appreciate this prophecy if you don't know what's going on in history. Because when people say the Romans and the Persians, some people think Brazil versus Germany. You say, yeah, Brazil won. What was Germany 8-1? 7-1? MashaAllah, respect, ya akhi. Germany 7-1. And then, by the way, so Brazil won the next one. How much was the next one? It was like 2-0 or something. It's not a big win, but they got them back. But Habibi, the first win is not like, it's not a proper analogy, because that's one game. This is a different game. When an army is losing a war, you can't compare it to a football game. When an army is losing a war, they're losing their cities, they're losing their troops. You cannot compare it to a football game. I'm just bringing this up because some people say, yeah, بعض الحمقى والسفهاء, they compare this to a football game. In the year 610, Heraclius comes into power. He doesn't have support because Heraclius kills the previous emperor. So a lot of his men are actually loyal to the previous emperor focus. In 1 year, the fall of Caesarea. Shortly after that, the fall of Damascus. Heraclius attempts diplomacy. Diplomacy is rejected. He's trying to, when you lose, imagine the Romans lose Damascus. They don't try to win Damascus back. Okay, we're just going to send a letter to Khusro, the emperor. We want peace now. Imagine that, man. Like, imagine someone takes over your land. I want peace, bro. That's how bad it was. In the next year, the fall of Jerusalem, Palestine, Jordan. The year after that, Egypt, Ethiopia, Alexandria. The Roman Empire is collapsing. In a few years, it's completely collapsing. Famine, they're dealing with a plague. Heraclius, because he's so, he loses all hope, he attempts to escape. Can you imagine? The emperor has lost hope in his people that he wants to escape his city and move to Carthage in Tunisia, in modern day Tunisia. That's how bad the situation was. He fills his ship with like gold and silver and gems and whatever, and the ship sails towards Carthage, and miraculously it sinks down to the sea. Like there's a storm and he loses everything. And ironically, after that, the people find out that Heraclius wanted to escape. So like the head priest, he brings them into the church. Heraclius, Habibi, Yakhi, you cannot do this, man. You cannot ditch your people. And Heraclius is like, okay, I'm going to stay. I'm going to stick around with you guys. The next year, the fall of Carthage. One more time, he tries to make diplomacy with the Persians, fails. He tries to make diplomacy with the Avars, because by the way, they're not only fighting one war, the Romans are fighting two wars at the same time. They're fighting a war to the east, they're fighting a war to the west. And the Avars, they're a group of like Euro-Asian barbarians, and they're not able to deal with the barbarians, let alone the Persian Empire. Can you imagine? And the fall of Ankara in the year 619. So it's done. It's almost done. The Roman Empire was about to fall completely. Next slide, please. Check it out. Look at the difference. This is what Focus had. It's split when it comes to the size of the territory. In a very short amount of time, they lost all that land. And by the way, they couldn't seek support from Rome or anything like that, because they had their own troubles over there. So, it was mainly Constantinople. That's all. That's the main city they had. And they're barely surviving. Next slide, please. And a few some minor cities in Greece. So in the year 621. In the year 621, we have the prophecy. The Romans were defeated, and in a few years they will be victorious. But the opposite. So if you're going to make a prophecy, the prophecy that you would be making is the Romans are going to cease to exist. That's the prophecy you'd be making. Or the Romans are going to survive. La. The prophecy is the Romans are going to defeat the Persians. Kif. How is this possible? That's the first point. And let's make this even harder. Time limit. If this did not occur, Islam is done. False prophecy, and it's being recited in the Quran. Next slide, please. So it's not like the Prophet, peace be upon him, whispered to some of his companions. It was a public announcement in Mecca that's recited and memorized and repeated again and again. In the year 626, you have the siege of Constantinople. You have two great armies marching in on Constantinople. That's how bad it got. The capital itself was surrounded. And the prophecy, of course, is questioned. They survive. Actually, Heraclius has the army split into three. A third is in Constantinople. He takes a third, and I think like he gives his cousin or brother another third to defend some areas. But Heraclius actually goes on the attack in 626. Next, please. And the way it's done, the way Heraclius is able to succeed is crazy in itself. In the year 628, what happens is Heraclius, he meets up with some other barbarians that lived around Armenia, and he allies with them, and he tells them, let's go kill the Persians, let's go defeat the Persians. And he wins the heart of the head of the Turkic tribe by showing him a portrait of his daughter. I'm going to hook you up with my daughter. You help me out with some troops. So his army expands in size. At the same time, Khusro, the commander, or excuse me, not the commander, the emperor of the Persians, sends, he's very upset with his main commander, Shahrbaraz. Shahrbaraz is trying to invade Constantinople. He's unable. Khusro is trying to force him to invade and force him to victory, and Shahrbaraz is just simply unable to. So he sends someone to kill Shahrbaraz. And that person refuses to kill Shahrbaraz. He's an old friend. Shahrbaraz, the commander, is then told by Khusro, I want you to kill the other commander. And what happens, the first commander tells Shahrbaraz, by the way, I was supposed to kill you. You've been given this to kill me. I'm the one who's supposed to kill you. And then basically Shahrbaraz, the main commander himself, decides to withdraw from the battle. So you have the main Persian army withdrawing from the battle, which allows Heraclius to go into Persian land and to conquer and to destroy. And the people of Persia, they freak out and they basically toss Khusro into his treasury, and his son himself is the killer of Khusro. At the same time, you have the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, and that's the time of the fulfillment of the prophecy. You can find these reports in Tafsir al-Tabari through Sha'bi, Qatada, and Ubaydullah bin Abdullah bin Utbah bin Mas'ud. And this occurs in 7 years. You find this in the report of Niyar bin Mukram, and Sunan al-Tirmidhi, and Ubaydullah, and Qatada, and Tafsir al-Tabari. Next, please. So the Byzantines win the war and they retain their land. The prophecy comes to pass. And Niyar bin Mukram, when this happens, and this is the most important thing, he says, when that occurred, many people came to Islam. Sunan Tirmidhi, authentic hadith. This is the reason you have a lot of companions converting to Islam, because of how unlikely this prophecy was. Edward Gibbon, who wrote the famous The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, says that at the time when the prophecy is said, or the prediction is said to have been delivered, no prophecy could be more distant from its accomplishment. That's how unlikely it was. There's a good reason for conversion. Next slide, please. So this, ya jama'ah, this is the reason why you had these tribes convert, and this is the reason why you have these spikes, and this is the reason why you have all these people coming into Islam. And the Zuhri comments, he says, Zuhri, of course, a tabi'i, one of the a'imma of the tabi'in, he says, the war is the only time people met. So when truce occurred and war ceased and people felt safe among one another, they met and spoke, negotiated in speech, and disputed one another. And so anyone with a mind that was spoken to about Islam entered it. In those 2 years, double as many or more than double as many entered Islam as ever before. Next slide, please. Barakallah feekum, folks. Hope you guys enjoyed this. You can use this. You can use these points when giving da'wah. Simple stuff. Go up to any non-Muslim and bring up the prophecy of the Romans. Share these details with them. They're not going to have much that they can say. When I tried it, they'd say things like, yes, maybe it's a coincidence. But why would Rasulullah ﷺ even make a prophecy like that? What's the point? It's so, the chances of it failing are so much higher than it succeeding. I open the floor to any questions.
Was there a word in which
I'm not familiar with the verses that Unais heard. I can't recall anything about that specifically. Abdullah bin Salam. He was Jewish. Yeah.
So just prophecies like this that cause people to convert to Islam.
Yep.
Or you say today that prophecies like this are the main reason for people to convert.
One more time?
Prophecies like this is what make people convert more to Islam.
Yeah.
But today,
yeah.
Would you say that's the main reason why people can convert, or do you think it's about?
I see that many, so the brother's asking about prophecies and that affecting people's, or that causing people to convert to Islam, and is this the main reason why people convert today? From my experience, most people seem to convert due to the simple message of Tawheed and monotheism, and how simple and direct it is, and how it's something intrinsic within us. And definitely it's something that should always be pushed, and it should be one of the main, or if not the main, the message that we bring across to the people, because at the end of the day, La ilaha illallah. That's number one. But prophecies help, man. It helps. And what I would do is, anyone from any other religion, you say, Tayyib, can you provide a prophecy yourself? Why do you believe in your religion? If they have a prophecy that they believe in, you bring this up. You say, isn't this a clearer prophecy? Isn't this a better prophecy? If you believe in your religion for your prophecies, what about this one?
So if someone says that, okay, prophecy is for 6 years.
It's a few years, so it's 3 to 9. Yeah. Yeah, it's not. How is it a lot of time? Oh, so you're saying it's not too specific, right? Yeah. So the brother is asking us a very good question. Why wasn't the prophecy more specific? Why didn't the prophecy say the 15th of July in the year 628? It's better, yeah? But if that happens, ya akhi, if that happens, then there's no test. If that happens, there's no test. And as I was saying a couple of days ago, there's this quote by Najmuddin al-Tufi in which he says, when signs are shown, there's still a test. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala could have shown signs that are absolutely undeniable to the point that it's no longer a test. So yes, 3 to 9 years is a wider range, but if it was too specific, then... So people saying coincidence, it's a bad cope. It's a bad cope, but it's a cope nonetheless. Go ahead. Yep.
Do you think it was also not too specific, because if it was that specific, it would be like an easy preparation for the enemies for their defense?
I don't think they cared much about what the Arabs were saying all the way down there in the south. Wallahu a'lam. Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. I was just wondering, like, because of the power of prophecy, are there any prophecies that are unfulfilled that come to mind, like prior to the time of Imam Mahdi, that if it were to come true, that you would see being like very influential? that would influence a lot of people to see that as true?
Something very, very, very specific.
Or like any prophecy that's
It's many. There are many that did come true, and what's really interesting about prophecies is prophecies are always relevant to their specific time and the time in which they come true. So when you had Burj Khalifa, the moment that was ready, or the moment that was done, the moment people realized that, to us, to my generation, 20 years ago, when we saw this, it was like the biggest, clearest thing. And I'm like thinking, subhanAllah, Yawm al-Qiyamah is tomorrow. That's how I felt. To them, the Sahaba, by the way, this is actually, subhanAllah, the prophecy about the Romans is a lot, it's a high-risk prophecy as opposed to prophecies about the future. Because prophecies about the future don't necessarily affect the person making the prophecy. So imagine I claim to be someone that has knowledge of the future, and I say things like, in the year 2060, the grandson of Trump is going to become the Khalifa of the Ummah or something. And like if I say that, it's going to sound weird, but apart from that, it doesn't affect me because it's in the year 2060, and I don't know if I'm going to be alive for that long, right? But specifying a time, a few years, Rasulullah ﷺ is most likely going to be alive for a few years, and he is alive for a few years. So it's a high-risk prophecy. If it fails, his whole mission fails. And that's why when you find false prophets making prophecies, they're really low risk. The best example that comes to mind is Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. When Mirza Ghulam Ahmad makes a prophecy, he says, I am a prophet, and if I'm not, then I will die before you. If you die before me, then I'm a prophet. So let's say 50-50. Yeah, let's say 50-50. The person dies, you see, I'm a prophet. If Mirza Ghulam Ahmad dies, he doesn't care, man. Wallah, I probably didn't even believe in God. So it doesn't matter to him, he's dead. So it's low-risk prophecy. And to subhanAllah, like the few occasions, subhanAllah, the few occasions where he makes prophecies that are limited, they fail, man. That is crazy, but subhanAllah. But it's low, he usually does low-risk prophecies. Alaikum salam, bro.
Are there any sources outside of Islam that validate the moon landing? And if not, how do we validate it?
In regards to non-Islamic sources, I'm not familiar with any. Validating it is through the narrations in the hadith compilations. And of course in the Quran. Alaikum salam.
So, what was the initial reason that the House and Khazraj embraced Islam?
I said that about 20 minutes ago. It's hard to repeat, Akhi.
Oh, sorry about that. I guess I missed it.
Yeah. You can watch the stream, inshallah. Yeah, it's all good.
So let's say you give dawah to an atheist,
yeah,
and you try to explain to them, you give them like 5 different prophecies that came to pass, that are racist to them. And like how you mentioned, those who coping mechanism, they'll say, oh, coincidence, or they'll say, well, every prophecy, 1 or 2 probably came true.
Say again?
Like after giving them a prophecy from Islam, that's coping mechanism. Either they'll say it's coincidence, or they'll say, oh, every religion has prophecy, some of them might come true, some of them might not. So it's special laws. You can like break that barrier to realize like these kind of prophecies are not normal, that this is unique, that you should actually break the barrier, everything from COVID.
Okay, well, was that clear, guys? You guys hear that? So this is a very important question, and I would say that when an atheist says, well, many religions have this, that's just a claim. La, many religions don't have this. And if you look into these claims, you'll always find some sort of issue. And they don't believe this, man. When they say, yeah, other religions have miracles, La, they don't believe in the supernatural. Atheists don't believe in the supernatural. They're just saying this just to shut down your point. They're trying to say, okay, well, this is correct and that's correct. It can't be. And kind of like an analysis paralysis kind of thing. But we got to drop everything. But no, that's not a sincere point. And if an atheist believed in all religions or multiple religions having correct prophecies and miracles, then one, they would believe in the supernatural, and two, they would actually be looking into these religions, and the antagonistic atheists usually don't. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not too well versed with Christians and Jewish Christian and Jewish prophecies, but personally that's not an issue because we do affirm that some of the content of the Bible is correct. So when there are prophecies that do come true, we're like, yeah, okay, we're cool with that, alhamdulillah. But in regards to Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, there is a prophecy that he made about someone he debated with. I think his name, I believe, is Abdullah Atem, if I recall correctly. And he states that he's going to die in a specific time period, and that man actually outlives that period. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said, that guy, he made tawbah. He made tawbah, so he didn't die. So the guy was like, I didn't make tawbah. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said, yes, you did. You're lying. So it's terrible. It's like, there's this really, really, really amazing video by Hani Tahir, who's an ex-Qadiani, who actually makes a video about the prophecies, the failed prophecies of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, and he doesn't direct it to Qadianis, he directs it to atheists. Can you imagine? And he says, imagine this, there's a man who's claiming to be sent by God. Every time he makes a prophecy, the opposite happens. It fails clearly, it blows up in his face. This has to be proof of God's existence. It's a crazy video. One example, he says, my son is going to be the Mahdi. Boom, he dies. Yeah, what are the odds of that happening? What are the odds? And then he's like, no, I meant my other son. Boom, he dies. And then he stays silent. He doesn't say anything about the third son, because, and the third son, when he grows up, I'm the Mahdi. Yeah, everything's the opposite. Proof of God. God.
Sorry, yeah. If it's only found in our sources, can say, well, of course you're going to have a bias that you validated in your sources.
Yeah.
But why am I supposed to trust that?
I don't even use that argument much. I personally don't push for, I believe in it. I believe in the night journey. There are many miracles that I believe in, though I don't feel they're easy to argue. And there are many arguments that are a lot easier to argue, so I push for those. But I appreciate the pushback. Say again? Yeah, I don't believe that. Okay. Yeah, nah, I don't believe that. From my research, I looked into it. I don't believe that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Is there a relative timing in regards to when the letters were sent by the prophet upon him in perspective to when his prophecy was stated?
Say again, the letters?
I think there's a thing about letters being sent to the leaders, both the Christians.
Yeah. I'm not sure. It would be. I'm not sure. I can't say.
Earlier you mentioned that
eloquence is like objective.
Yeah.
Is there examples that help us people understand how it's objective?
Okay, so the works of, there are some classical works like Al-Asma'i's, I think it's called Fuhulat al-Shu'ara, where you'll find him speaking about poetry in a way that indicates that it's not subjective. It's something I'd recommend checking out. But yeah, it's before Al-Hudaybiyah. It would naturally be, the writing of the letters would naturally be before Hudaybiyah because Khusro is still alive. So maybe the 5th year after Hijrah, maybe the 4th year, Wallahu alam. Anyone else? We're good? Alhamdulillah, barakallah fikum, jazakumullah khairan. I enjoyed this. I hope you guys did as well, and I hope you guys use this stuff. Barakallah fikum.